Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Ladies and gentlemen. How is everyone? This will be my first CPL cast since the last CPL, which was like a year ago. Take off your shirt. I'm glad you guys like the song. Rough day at the gym. That sucks. Imagine playing a macro game. Couldn't be me. Yeah. Yeah. I waited for the song to finish. All right. We got some good games for you guys. Both of them were requested in casting requests. I always tell everyone, if you want your games casted, just put it on there, because that's how I decide what I'm casting, right? I just like look in there and I'm like, I'll do those two. Those were the first two that got requested, and they weren't claimed in the CPL casting sheets. I was like, why are we not casting the ones that's been requested? It's what the people want. But don't worry, guys. I always give the people what they want. All right. We're going to start off with some group 30 action. Let me just sit tight, guys. I'm going to set up the scoreboard while it's hidden for once in my life. I'm not going to do it while I'm casting. All right. Listen, it's hard to run a stream, guys. Running a stream is sometimes very difficult. Okay. I'm not even in the right. How do I? Okay, no, I got it. All right, just sit tight. All right, guys, I think I set everything up. Running a stream and casting the game is almost like playing the game. Okay. This is unfair. RiceHat cast, and somehow Gypsy is playing worse right now, but it's 2 a.m. for me. Dada, don't you have two monitors? We call this, the kids call this dual stream drifting. Oh, Startail, are you in this? Is your Twitch name different from your Discord name, different from your Starcraft name? Oh, Yuki. Okay. All right, you know what, Yuki? Since you're here right now, I'll start off with your game. We'll start with your game. All right. Without further ado, why don't we get into the game? Does that sound like a good thing? All right. Yeah, this looks right. Okay. Okay, let's do it. Come on, stream. Come on. There we go. All right. All right, guys. We're doing a CPL cast. Spawning on the right-hand side of Dominator, we have YukiSuou, aka Startail, aka Nom Crystal, a man of many names. I didn't start off with your embarrassing loss. Whoa, no spoilers. No spoilers. And on the bottom side of Dominator, who is blue for some reason, but I wonder if we can... There we go. Okay, they're still blue. But at least this blue, I can actually tell apart from the background blue when we watch the mini-map. The scoreboard said it's week 2. Oh. Now, no, it doesn't. It actually says week 3. I don't know what you're talking about. This is actually week 3. I think... Are you crazy? I think you might be crazy. Alright. So, spawning on the bottom side is, of course, Giant Banana, also known as Mattmanx. Mattmanx 06. We can talk a little bit about the players. So, YukiSuou, I have actually played one time before. And I think it was last NSL. I, like, played one game, and then they were like, I don't want to play Starcraft anymore, and then they, like, dropped out. Thanks for the cheer. Thanks for the cheer. So, all I know is that they like to do proxy gates. It seems like this game, they're only going to go for a forward gate, which is, like... This isn't cheese, this is like a pressure build. But, like... It seems like YukiSuou likes to play pretty aggressive. Mattman, on the other hand, everything is very, very, very standard. The only thing that's kind of interesting to note is that the supply depot is built down here rather than over here, which is what you normally see Terrans do. The reason why you see Terrans do this is because you can micro the Marine through these 2 holes. Oh, there we go. He is building a depot here. You can micro the Marine through these 2 holes, and the Zealot cannot get through. So this basically just defends Zealot rushes. Normally, I like to put another depot here just to make the hole longer. But you don't have to do that, obviously. This is perfectly fine. This is perfectly fine. First Zealot is already on the way, moving across these little triangles right here. Everybody likes to call them pizza slices. But I feel like every single time I cast on Dominator, I say pizza slices so much the word like loses meaning. Yes, I like longer holes for microing. All right. Well, it looks like Mattman really does not want to deal with this Zealot because he's pulled 2 SCVs and is blocking the ramp. The thing about Dominator is that your natural is on a high ground, which is a little bit odd. Most maps don't do this. And it kind of means that, you know, camping the high ground, like going for early aggression and camping the high ground is actually a really, really strong play. But here we go. We're moving out, and the Zealot is going to be forced to leave. Second Zealot is on the way, though. We could really disrupt the timing of this natural here. 2 Zealots are much, much scarier than 1 Zealot. The SCV instantly goes down. And Terran has to be really careful here. We're pulling 2 more SCVs and a Marine and a Vulture. This should be more than enough to beat this back, but not before the bunker gets canceled. A little bit unfortunate for Giant Banana, and his command center is going to be very delayed. Look at this. Both Zealots actually go down, so I'm actually not sure if this is 100% worth it for Yuki to do something like this. We get a cancel on the bunker. We forced a lot of SCVs to get pulled. I think overall, it probably evens out. But yeah, a little bit uncertain. It's a little hard to say who's ahead and who's behind in this situation. I mean, we can see from the SCV count and the probe count, things are looking pretty even. The Nexus will finish about like... The Nexus finishes when the CC is like halfway done, so I'd say it's pretty even. Maybe a little bit Terran favored. Maybe a little bit Terran favored. All right, first Dragoon is out on the map. Meanwhile, the Vulture is as well. Protoss always has to be a little bit careful to leave a unit in the wall so that Vulture doesn't run in. First tank is out, so if this Dragoon starts trying to pressure the bunker, we can use the tank to push him back. Let's see what the first upgrade's going to be. It is going to be mines, so this Vulture out on the map is going to get used. Probably just to lay mines around expansion areas, because as Terran, you always want to know where Protoss is expanding to and when. You always want to be aware of that. Oh, okay. So this is interesting. We're laying mines right in front of Protoss. These are a lot more aggressive, and I think we're looking to get damage done with this. Oh my god. Yuki! Oh my god! Oh! He actually gets it that time. We're trying to be YukiSuou here, okay? There is a very hyper-specific technique that, like, was popularized by YukiSuou, where you, like, move your goons a little bit forward and then back and then hit hold position. Oh my god, it didn't work. And hit hold position, and if you do that, then the goons will kill the mine as it pops up. Yeah, Yuki trying to be a little cute there. Doesn't quite work out. But that's okay. Otherwise, we're in a fairly good spot. These damaged goons, though, are scary. Like, in terms of... Okay, it's scary for Protoss that you just have 2 damaged goons and one of them is dead. Because, honestly, if Terran pushes out right now, we might be dead. But luckily for us, Terran doesn't do that, so we're actually fine. We're actually fine. We're only not fine if Terran actually decides to attack. Of course, hindsight is 2020 when you look at this. You're like if you watch the replay, right? It's like Protoss only has 2 goons. Well, they have 4 goons right now, 2 of which are heavily damaged, and I have 3 tanks and 4 vultures. Oh, we are actually going to attack. Okay, this is going to be a 3-tank push here from Mattman. So this is going to be really scary, especially because Yuki doesn't actually have any units on the pizza slices. So the reason why Dominator is actually a very bad map for pushes for Terran is because Protoss can camp goons on these high grounds areas to basically delay any kind of Terran attack, but we didn't actually do that. All of our goons are at home, probably because of the mine threat. And here we go. We're on the attack here. We do actually have a shuttle and a Reaver. I did not know YukiSuou was a Reaver, man, but let's see how good these shots are. The first Scarab does come out. It starts to bug, but oh my god, it hits right in the middle here. And I think Terran might be a little bit nervous now. We're pulling back and giving Protoss some time to breathe. I actually think that Protoss doesn't actually have enough units to defend this. So even if we continue on the attack, I think there's not a whole lot that Protoss can do. Yuki trying to move out with the Reaver, but forced to pull it back. Here we go. The Reaver comes back. Kills a Marine. These 2 tanks, where did they go? We needed them. We needed them in the attack so bad. All right. Honestly, this attack is still scary. We have 3 tanks and Protoss only has, well, they have 4 goons now, 2 of which are damaged. We do see the mine here with this observer, so we can come forward and engage this army, but it's still looking very scary because 3 tanks is a lot of damage. The shuttle on the bottom side does also provide a good amount of damage, and the Protoss actually chases away the Terran. These 3 tanks are, in fact, a lot more vulnerable if they don't have the support around them. So I think this is actually a good decision from Giant Banana, also known as Mattman, to pull back. Protoss now turning up the aggression here. We're going to try and enter into the Terran's base, but we have turrets everywhere. Oh my god, please unload! All right, we do unload, but we lose the shuttle. This is actually very bad for Protoss, but we'll see if this Reaver can get anything done here. Oh my god, we actually kill a Vulture, and we're... Oh, okay, so we don't exactly kill an SCV, but the Reaver does go down. Nothing of note really happening in the front here, but Terran does have Siege ready. So they should be safe. Mattman should be safe from pretty much anything Protoss does off of like 2 to 3 bases. Of course, this base is a mineral only. So not quite as potent as a different kind of third, right? Like one with full minerals and gas. So YukiSuou actually probably needs a fourth soon, especially since Terran is only on 4 factories at this point, and Command Center is on the way. This is an interesting place to put the Command Center. I feel like it sort of indicates that they want the CC to go here, which is a very interesting spot to put it. The Observer does make it into the main. I think we're missing a spot in terms of the turret coverage. But honestly, Dominator is like a map where it's kind of hard to cover your entire base because... Okay, so on 4-player maps, you basically only need to defend like 2 sides, right? Like if you're on bottom left, you need to defend the right... You need turrets to cover the right side and the upper side. But on Dominator, you need turrets to cover up, down, well not down, but up, right, and left. So it's like 50% more turrets are required if you really want to guarantee an Observer never comes in. Though honestly, bottom left is kind of not the worst for this. Oh my god, good Vulture harass here from Mattman. I think we actually get 6 or 7 probes. 8? 9? 10? Almost the entire probe. Oh, well, wait. Is that 5 probes? Does this one probe have 5 probes in it? Okay, it looks kind of misleading. It looks kind of misleading. But okay, YukiSuou taking the 4th base here. We have 11 goons on the map. Both players just pretty content to macro up. We are getting +1. Citadel of a Dune. 2nd Reaver incoming. We might go for like a massive like speed shuttle drop here. Never ask a woman her age, a man his salary, or a probe how many probes it is. Gotta check how dark the shadow is, tasteless. Alright, guys. Okay, that's interesting. So he built the command center, he floated it the long way all the way over here. I think that is kind of hilarious. Usually, if I'm doing that, I like to put the CC here. But you know what? To each their own. But okay, Terran going on 3 base, Protoss only on 4. Generally at this stage of the game, I think Protoss should be looking to get their 5th, because a 3 base Terran will easily outscale a 4 base Protoss. Generally it's like 3 base versus 4 base, Terran is ahead. 3 base versus 5 base, Protoss is ahead. So as YukiSuou, we really need to be mining up this base and getting a 5th. Oh my god. We have so many probes not mining here. You just don't know where the bases are located? Okay, you know what? For Dominator, that's kind of fair because I also don't know where the bases are located. I think in a very public... It was either UPL or it was like USL or something. Was it on Dominator? No, actually, I think it might have been on Metropolis. Never mind, never mind. Metropolis is another map where all the bases are weirdly located. In like one of those games, I like tried to scan their natural or something, but I just like didn't know where it was, and I ended up just scanning like a random place with nothing there. And that was being live casted. It was really embarrassing. So Terran doing a lot of what Terran needs to be doing right now. So at this stage of the game, your main objective is to keep the Protoss basically in check. You want to constantly be scanning their main, seeing what kind of tech they go for, and you want to be on the lookout for that 5th base, which YukiSuou is in fact taking right now. But this is a little bit late to be taking that base. Oh my gosh, but we have a giant Reaver drop coming out here with 4 shuttles, one of which does in fact go down. It's almost like a mini recall here. And this drop for now is going to be pretty uncontested, although this mine might... Nope, it does not. These Reavers are getting a lot of damage done here on these factories, but I don't know if they can actually kill any. This is super annoying for Terran to deal with, by the way. Like, I would like it if we microed the Reavers a little bit, but this is still pretty good. There's no Goliath range, so... I mean, we could. Oh, here we go. We're picking up. Oh my god. Oh my god, this is... Micro the Reaver! Wow, there's too many turrets. This is overall, I think... Was that worth it for Protoss? So, it was 4 shuttles, 2 Reavers, and like 10 Zealots. But did we really get that much damage done? I think we only killed like 2 tanks. We killed like 2 tanks at like a turret? Like, it's always good to try to keep the Terran in check as well, as the Protoss player, because we're also afraid of the max out Terran move out. But I think that might have been a little bit wasteful, and you see this reflected in the supply too, right? YukiSuou now down supply against Terran. You never, ever, ever want that as Protoss. That's like how you know you're behind. Obviously, they can't see that in the game, but yeah. Would have been worth it if he expanded behind, but good news is 5th is up. Yeah, that's true. That's true. We are floating enough that we could have expanded with that money. But at this point, we're just kind of letting the Terran get more and more ahead here. This base is still not even beginning to mine. Yeah. After that attack, I would also expanded, because it's like, you cannot sacrifice that many units and get away with it. Oh my gosh, we're doing another big drop here. I'm trying to toggle the unit panel here. I have to remember what the key is for that. But okay, we're doing another big drop. These turrets are actually doing a lot of work, right? Like, I'm pretty sure we drop with like 3 or 4 shuttles, and I think they're all dead. Where did they go? We might have killed all the shuttles as Terran. And that's a lot of money. Each shuttle is 200 minerals. I don't think Protoss can actually be affording to lose those shuttles like that. All right. At the same time here, we're doing another big attack on the Terran fort. This is actually very lightly defended. I think Terran might have pulled back a lot of their units to deal with the manual recall. So I think this command center is actually going to go down as a result of this. This is actually a pretty good move from Protoss. This drop not quite working out, but yeah, at this point you do want to retreat, especially since we're out of Zealots. We never, ever, ever want to fight. We never, ever, ever want to fight with only goons. We never want to fight with only goons. We always need to have Zealots with our goons. If we don't have Zealots, we need to pull back. All right, Zealots are finally arriving on the scene, but not before all of the Dragoons die. That was a very unfortunate attack for Protoss. But here we go. There's actually a little bit of a gap here in the turret coverage, which allows us to get 2 High Templars snuck in here. Big storms going down on the natural. We actually stormed like probably like half of the SCVs here. That was a really good move from Yuki, pulling ahead in workers now. And we're attacking in the front here. These mines doing a lot of damage before the tanks get finished off by their own splash here. Good storm on 2 of the tanks. And we actually bust through a lot of this. So this is good because we're resetting the tank count, but I fear that it might still be a little bit wasteful for Protoss. Once again, Terran shoots up in supply here. I'm getting a little bit scared for Protoss. I think if they keep trading like... They can't keep trading like this forever, basically, right? Terran is going to keep pulling ahead and more ahead. Especially since we have this 3rd base down. We don't have a 4th, but Terran also don't... Or, sorry, but Protoss also doesn't have a 6th. So in the end, we're still ahead as Terran. Or no, sorry, we're not ahead, but like, if we keep trading like this, we are going to pull ahead. At this point, I would even say Terran is ahead in terms of army, which is pretty scary. Luckily for Yuki, though, we're gonna keep trying to take. We're gonna. Oh my god, I can't talk. This base, Terran really wants it. All right, that's what I'm trying to say. We really want this base as Terran, and it's gonna get denied like a second time. Oh no, we gotta be careful with our units. There's a little bit of a back and forth going on where if your vultures go too far ahead, they get destroyed by the goons, but if they're in siege tank range, the tanks destroy the dragoons. We have a lot of... Oh my god, was that a bad rally? We can't be losing tanks like this. The fight for the 4th base never ends. It literally never ends. But here we go. Taking our 6th base as Protoss, this is exactly what we need to be doing in response to the Terran taking their 4th. And I think if the Terran continues to play passively like this, there is a real worry that the Protoss will, in fact, run away with this game. What kind of tech are we going for behind us? So we have 8 gates, Templar archives. We're continuing to produce shuttles off of our robotics facility. But apart from that, I think our tech is mostly going to be high Templar. To go for this kind of playstyle, I feel like Protoss needs to be constantly expanding, right? Like the idea with going high Templar and shuttle is that anytime the Terran moves out of their base and tries to attack, you can engage them basically with, you know, mass shuttle dropping on tanks and high Templar storming anything that's like super clunked. So the Terran just kind of calmly taking their 4th, probably soon to be expanding to a 5th, is a little bit of a soft counter to what YukiSuou is doing. Oh my god, another manual recall, this time on the 3rd base here. A lot of SCVs are going down. Protoss, or Terran, needs to respond quickly. We do get this lifted, and we are going to clean this up with what we have left here. But overall, Protoss is playing a very, very, very aggressive style here. Protoss turning up the aggression to 11, which is actually kind of doing its job. We're keeping the Terran at home, and basically Terran is letting us take this 2nd main base pretty much unopposed. As Yuki, you want to be expanding everywhere and going into some kind of late game sort of killer tech, right? Like, I feel like you can't be on double shuttle like forever, right? You gotta close out the game somehow, because a maxed out shuttle army from Protoss, I'm not sure if that can trade efficiently into a maxed out Terran army. This is a really good catch from Terran. Like, we basically killed every probe here. Yuki in a little bit of trouble. Terran actually going for their 5th. And I'm afraid they might run away with this game. Oh, sorry, I missed a little bit of an attack here, but it seems like it's been mostly deflected. So at this point, if you're Protoss, something isn't working, right? Like, we've sort of gotten to the stage of the game where Terran is getting very secure in their position, right? Especially this position that we tried to break like 3 times already. If at some point you kind of... Oh my god, I think there is like one bad rally from the Terran. But yeah, like at this point, Terran is trying to split the map. I don't think Mattmanx is going to go for any kind of like maxed out push. Although to be fair, he hasn't actually maxed out yet because this game has been so aggressive. Yuki's been playing so aggressive. The storms on the mineral lines have been disgusting, by the way. This High Templar has 9 kills. But despite all this aggression, Terran is actually not really being prevented from expanding. There is an entire base here that I don't even think Yuki is aware of, and it's completely naked too. But because we're on 5 base now as Terran, look at this. We're starting to shoot up ahead in supply. All right, if we look at the upgrades, Protoss is 3-2. Terran is 1-0. So that's the big thing that we have going for Protoss right now, is that Terran is still not on 2-1. And I feel like at this stage of the game, Terran should already be at 3-2. Upgrades make a really big difference. They really do, especially when you're starting to get into situations where you're like 150 to maxed out supply. Like +2 versus +1 suddenly becomes like a huge deal. It's basically like the difference between winning and losing a maxed out fight. Protoss expanding on the bottom side here. So this is a pretty good base to take, although it's a little bit scary how close it is to the Terran. Generally, as Protoss, you want to expand away from the Terran, but I understand that Protoss doesn't want to do that because of all the vultures here. I'm a little surprised that Protoss isn't roaming around with a bunch of goons, because of the threat posed by mines and vultures on the map. Like, Terran has taken complete map domination this game, right? Like, if you look at the amount of blue compared to the amount of red, Terran knows exactly what's going on, and their vultures currently, they kind of have free reign, right? Like, they can go into here and start killing probes. They have this area essentially sectioned off. And as Protoss, I think you gotta start trying to retake the map at some point, right? Like, these storm drops, which I missed because I don't watch the minimap. These storm drops are good, but you can't just, like, your entire strategy can't only be storm drops, right? You need to figure out a way to either kill the Terran or just at the very least stop them from expanding. You always want to make sure you're expanding more than the Terran is. But okay, we have 4 shuttles, and we're going to try this once again. We're going to manual recall into the Terran main once again. This recall is mostly Zealots, which I don't actually like, because if you recall with only Zealots, the Terran can respond with only Vultures, which is the easiest thing to get to respond with. This tank gets destroyed, but these Zealots should be cleaned up with pure Vulture. All right, looks like we have Arbiters now. This is definitely a good tech upgrade for the Protoss. We have Arbiters and Storm. It's like pretty good. I don't know why this mine refused to go and detonate, but maybe it's because the SCVs were like sitting on top of them. Mattman moving up to the Protoss. What is this, the 5th base here? But yeah, there's more than enough cannons to be able to deal with this. The majority of the Protoss army is still sitting outside the Terran fort. Oh my god, I think we're going for a recall. Wait, no, that doesn't make sense. We only have 100 energy. Isn't recall 150 energy? Am I crazy, guys? Oh no, we're stasising. You know what I bet happened? All right, Yuki, tell me if this is accurate, but did you like go in thinking you were gonna recall and then you realized you didn't have enough energy, so you just went back up in stasis? Because that's what I think happened. No? All right, maybe he was just looking for a weird angle. But okay, we are starting to bust this now. This is a good move from Protoss. But unfortunately, us continuing to try to push up here might spell the demise of our army. I think we just need to kill the command center and leave. Even the stasis kind of getting in the way now of these units. Terran gonna come in with some reinforcements, and this should eventually be cleared up. But not before the Zealots get on top of these tanks here. I wonder if this one's gonna die. Nope, not quite. But yeah, this eventually gets cleaned up. We're not reinforcing as Protoss, and these Zealots are not going to do nearly enough to further break this. But honestly, we kind of got what we came for. Like, this base is dead. I think we just move on to different bases now, like this one. like this one. This is the crucial base right now for Terran. Yes, we have this base here, but it is mining out quickly. So if we kill this base and we secure this area and prevent this base from becoming active, then I think as Protoss, we are solid. I think we are solid as Protoss. It all sort of depends on if Protoss realizes what the win condition is. Although, I guess YukiSuou could just keep trading infinitely forever. But I feel like this is gonna stop working at some point. There's no way this keeps working forever, right? Also, okay, as Terran, if you know that the Protoss are getting Arbiters, I'm personally very, very bad with this. But if you know Protoss are going for Arbiters, you need to start laying mines in your main. And that's exactly what he's doing right now, because I guess he's stream sniping from the past, and he heard me say that from the past. But yeah, that's exactly what you should be doing to prevent these kinds of recalls, manual or not. Because these are very, very, very annoying to deal with, and they force very inefficient trades from you, because they can kill your units that are coming out of the factories. They can kill the factories themselves. In fact, if they kill the factories, you might just be dead. Assuming they don't kill the factories, like, you're gonna have to fight through your own main base and just like try to shove like your entire Terran army through your own SimCity, which is extremely painful and will usually result in a lot of dead siege tanks. Oh my god, big recall here from Yuki. I think we really are going for the recall strat here. This is extremely annoying for Terran to deal with. We have to unsiege and pack everything home and come back here before these factories die. If these factories die, like I said, that might be GG. But we'll see. Terran coming down the ramp here with Goliaths, siege tanks, and vultures. Thank you for the follow. The science vessel is out, so we don't need to continuously scan anymore. A lot of these factories are on fire. In fact, a couple of them go down. Importantly, the ones with machine shops. And the barracks goes down too, so we can't even build more factories. This might actually be the winning move for YukiSuou here. If Terran can't reproduce his army, then the Protoss all of a sudden doesn't even have to think about trading efficiently. They can just trade and then win the game. Even so, this is still very efficient for Protoss. We kill the science vessel, we kill a bunch of tanks, we kill a bunch of factories. The Comsat station goes down as well. We try to expand here, but Terran, of course, shutting this down fairly quickly. Another Arbiter comes in here, and he just barely gets his recall off, but unfortunately it's right in the middle of all these tanks. So I don't think this one is going to be quite as efficient as the others. But of course, because we killed all those factories, we can only make vultures. So every tank we kill is like basically permanent damage on the Terran at this point. I think we are slowly clawing our way back into this game, somehow without even noticing that Terran has these two bases. These two bases are completely unopposed, and we literally don't even care. We literally don't even care. There's so many observers in the main base of the Terran. It's even a chore just to get rid of this. I also can't believe Protoss is expanding there and they don't check this. Like, oops, wrong person. Like, we have no idea Terran's actually mining from there. But it might not matter because we killed all the factories. We're actually pushing to this third here immediately after it's basically completely mined out. So the one time we do actually bust this base, it's when it's not useful anymore. Nonetheless, a DT does in fact go into the Terran base on the top right. And Terran inadvertently actually ends up spotting this base. This DT does, in fact, go down, so I think this base might be in a bit of trouble, but I think Terran might be in more trouble than the Protoss. Finally, we have our barracks rebuilt, and our factories are humming once again. Look, we queued up 5 tanks because we know just how tank-starved we are right now, and the last 2 tanks defending this natural get stasis by the Protoss. YukiSuou really dialing up the pressure here. Tank sieging up on the low ground, but of course this is a low ground, so there's a 50% chance of missing, and miss it does. And this is very painful for Terran to deal with. If we get back down here again, right, and we just start killing factories, we start killing units as they spawn, we could literally just keep doing this until Terran dies. We're starting to reach that, like, what's the opposite of critical mass? What's the opposite of critical mass? We're starting to reach that critical point where Terran might not have enough supply to defend anything, right? Like, you could be in the best defensive position of your life, but you only have 2 tanks, therefore you lose. And I think we're, yeah, maybe inflection point. We're kind of approaching that right now. From this point on, it might be impossible for Terran to come back. Unless they reset up here, which it seems like Terran is doing. But there's a lot of infrastructure we need to rebuild in a very short amount of time. So what Protoss can do is they can come here, kill all these factories. And maybe we end up rebuilding a bunch of factories here, but if they don't come online fast enough, Protoss literally just shifts its army around, kills that base before you can rebuild anything, before you can rebuild even the critical mass for you to be able to defend yourself. Also, these 4 arbiters are just kind of running unchecked here, like oh my god, the Goliath can't even kill anything. Yeah, this base is kind of kaput. If I was Terran, I would just, like, completely... I would say I would commit to this base, but yeah. Now that this base is being attacked, it's truly, truly over. Alright. That was game number 1. That was a pretty good game. Pretty good game. 30... It was like a almost 40-minute game, too. Jesus, I'm already tired. What, you telling me I have to cast 7 more people? Oh my god, no way. I'm just going to sleep now. I'm kidding, obviously. Don't at me. All right, let's continue with this. Let me just set up the next game real quick. I think we're in for yet another Protoss versus Terran. So if you like Protoss versus Terran, I have a treat for you. Yep. We are in for more gooning. Spawning on the top side here, we have Posthumous 1206. And on the bottom side, we have none other than our hero, YukiSuou. Yeah, I think I missed a bunch of storms on the Terran 4th. I'm very, very bad at watching the minimap, both in-game and while I'm casting. But yeah, I'm pretty sure Yuki stormed the shit out of that 4th base. And the 3rd. And we also stormed the shit out of the mineral only. All right, let's talk a little bit about the new player here, the new kid on the block. This is Posthumous. If you don't know, he is a tier 2 player. I think he's a little bit better than I am. And he likes to play kind of early in the morning. If you ever go on CPL early in the morning, I feel like you see him just kind of hanging out a lot in the chat. So, I don't know. If you're a morning guy and you can Discord in the morning, you should go say hi to him. Unless you have work like most people. 1206 was a great year. If you were a Mongol? Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Now this is some good forward Sim City here from Posthumous. I think I might actually even steal that from him. Because if you put your base here, then you can put your factory like here, and then as you add more factories, you just add more factories down here. So I actually like that a lot. I might copy that. But yeah, you always want to put your barracks and depot Sim City near where you're going to put your factories, because if Protoss goes for the early gate, which it looks like Yuki is not going for because they're a disgusting Protoss and they like to Nexus first. Assuming he was getting the Zealot out, then yeah, you're going to want to delay that factory as much as possible. So you always want to have this close to your SimCity so you can fight the Zealots properly and defend your factory. Yeah, Post is a totally cool guy. Very good at TVT. He's very good at TVT. I think my win rate against him in Terran versus Terran is like 0%. And I even think Terran versus Terran is my best matchup. Because it certainly isn't Terran versus Protoss, that's for sure. Well, who knows? TVP might be his weak spot along with most other Terrans. Call him Posty? Sell him my one ring? I don't really know what you're referencing there. It's been a very long time since I've watched Lord of the Rings, if that's what you're referencing. Alright, so as Posthumous, we're moving out, and we are SCV rushing with 10 SCVs! We're going with 10? Generally, the accepted number for SCV bunker rush against Nexus first is 7 to 8, but we are really committing to this, and honestly, I don't blame him, because if you fail a bunker rush, it does not matter if you pull 6 SCVs, you're behind. You're actually dead, actually. You're not even behind, you're just dead. But oh no, these SCVs actually went straight to mining. They're a little bit too wage slave brained right now. I can't believe I just said that. But here we go. They're coming up from behind. These Marines are being microed back, but 3 of them already go down. These 2 vultures out on the field doing a lot of damage to these Zealots here, and now we're starting to kill the probes off as well. Only 1 Marine remains, but are we reinforcing with Marines? Okay, one of them does in fact come back up. Oh my god, 4 SCVs were attacking this Nexus this entire time, and we might actually see the Nexus go down. This looked really kind of dicey for Terran at first, but now Protoss is sort of on the back foot. The Nexus might even go down without the need for the bunker to be finished, but now the bunker does in fact finish. We do have goons now as Protoss, so we can sort of camp this ramp here just to prevent the vultures from getting in. And once we get goon range and observers out, we can break out. But at this position, Terran should be ahead, especially if they slip the vulture in. If they slip the vulture in, they are definitely 100% ahead. Oh my gosh, I actually underestimated just how many probes Protoss pulled to try and defend that. But no, definitely Terran is ahead, actually. If you look at the probe count versus the SCV count, these SCVs even going back to mine here. So Protoss is actually in a very, very bad position right now. Terran even getting their command center up now. I am very, very worried for YukiSuou. They told me Nexus first was unstoppable. It's unstoppable if you're cross spawn. Dominator actually has like, I think a fairly short rush distance. It's not very long. I think in your case, it might have been safer just to let him take your Nexus. But I don't know. I think the fight might have been where you lost it. But yeah, this situation is not irrecoverable, but it is very, 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 very bad. It's not irrecoverable, but it is very, 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 very bad. All right, so Goon Range does in fact finish. We only have 3 SCVs repairing this, so it should be pretty easy to just like kill the bunker. Although, the reason why the bunker hasn't gone down yet is because one of our goons is not pulling their weight. Alright, Post. Okay, man. Post being a little cute here. Unloading the Marines just to draw fire from the goons to make sure the bunker doesn't die. But it only delays the inevitable. This bunker is dead. Not before a tank actually comes in, and we don't have any observers, which is a big deal. Actually, we killed 2 of the we killed 2 of the low goons, and okay, wow. All right, Post. All right, we got a pro gamer here. Actually, we actually have a pro gamer. If Post did not unload the Marines, that bunker would have died, and this contain would not be possible. Post is actually a pro gamer. And now he's coming into the base with the vultures, dealing even more economic damage than is necessary. Shuttle is ready, though. And I think we're going to try to drop the tank. Post does, in fact, see this and unsieges. Moves closer to the bunker. Good move. 2 more tanks already on the way. Protoss only has 3 Dragoons. If Terran's, like, sieges here or something, I don't know how Protoss can even, like, theoretically recover. But he is pulling the snow move and probing out. I call it the snow move because I once watched an Artosis versus Snow game from Artosis's POV, and Artie actually got a pretty good early game advantage from doing like a rush, and he prevented Snow, and he basically like denied Snow's natural. So Snow literally just built the shuttle and expanded using the shuttle. But Post actually prepared for this. Oh my god, he had a vulture mine here. Okay, Post. All right. This map needs an island. Okay, this is basically our final attempt to get back into the game. We do have 2 turrets up in the main, but they are not in anti-reaver positions, although they're doing a lot of damage to this shuttle. They even kill it. No! I think it might be over. I think this is, if we didn't come back using this reaver, it is getting a lot done for a reaver without a shuttle, but I think it needed to do a lot more. Oh my god. Okay, this reaver's actually doing a lot. I wish we could see how many kills it has. Oh my god, I think I might have missed this vulture killing a couple probes. But yeah, it looks like we're moving down into this main base area. And Protoss might just not have the army to be able to deal with this. Oh my god, the tank targeting the probes there. We actually ended up killing 5. Or, okay, I don't know if we killed 5 probes. But I think we killed 2 probes, but maybe 3. But still, any amount of probe damage is literally devastating. This Reaver is still going at it. That's crazy. All right, we're finally building probes off of 2 Nexuses. Unfortunately, this puts us economically even to the Terran, assuming that, or sorry, not economically even. We're even on bases to the Terran, but we are nowhere near economically even because Terran just has, Terran's just been mining for that for so much longer, and oh my god, we're not even trading efficiently. But okay. We killed the structures here. And we're going to expand once again to this base. That's good. Assuming we have any money at all to expand, which we do not. We do not. It might be another like 5 seconds before we can even accumulate enough money. But okay, let's see what the Terran is doing. We are up to 5 factories now. I feel like if you get this ahead as Terran, you just 6-fact and kill them. That's kind of how it works, isn't it? Protoss should not theoretically be able to stop a 6-fact attack. And look, the 6th fact is in fact going down. The 6th fact is in fact going down. Oh my god, we keep sneaking these vultures in. We don't kill any probes with this though. Where's our observer? Oh my god. The observer, where is it? There it is. Okay, so as YukiSuou, where do you go from here? Well, first of all, you need to take this base. 100,000 million% you need this base yesterday. Second, I think your only option is to rush Arbiter Tech. I think that might be your only choice. You kind of have to assume Terran is going for 6-fact. So I think your only choice is to go Arbiter and pray that they are going to attack you and try to take a good trade off of like 3 bases. I think that's the only play that you could possibly have from this position. Because I'll tell you right now, this drop, I have a lot of doubts as to whether or not this is going to work. Actually, there's no turrets. We have no turrets anywhere, but we do have a lot of mines. We do have a lot of mines. And Protoss is not aware that there are a ton of mines everywhere. So if we drop in the wrong place, the Reaver could insta-die. And the Reaver might actually just insta-die because there's Goliaths here. Yeah, there's no way. There's no way. Okay, meanwhile, we kill this barracks here. That's a pretty good pick-off. But we cannot afford to be losing any of these goons to this attack. I think Post might have understood the state of the game now, and he's going to go and end it. He's just going to go and end it. It might simply just be over now. Hopefully, Post finishes this game before this ad break comes on, which is going to come on in 40 seconds, and I don't know if I can snooze it. GG. GG. Both players call their GGs. And that is the end of that game. All right, guys. Unfortunately for you, an ad break is going to start up in 12 seconds. But fortunately for me, I have to go to the bathroom anyway. So I'll see you guys in like 3 minutes probably.
Yeah, test the 1 2 1 2. There's a little something for you, a little biatch.
Watch my 3-3 C-chain go bang. Wa-da-da-dang, wa-da-da-da-dang. Watch my 3-3 C-chain go bang. Wa-da-da-dang, wa-da-da-da-dang. Tearing haters to be craters, tosses all up in my shit. Playing scared, you know you're dead. Going straight for arm attack, that bitch boy tried to end it quick. 8-bit boots with 8 right click. THEKHALA, that is where y'all at so late. Tearing haters in my face, trying to win with proxy gate. I scout your game, I bunker made. All your cowards leave the game. Your zergling rushers think they slick, knowing that they micro shit. All your lurkers rest in piss. Gotta build a rocky bitch. Links my way, I simply say, build a wall to make them pay. Talking smack up in the chat or radiate your ass, bitch. I push out my base at 9, then all of you suckers die. I'm sieging my fucking tank and stealing your fucking rank. So watch my 3-3 C-chain go bang. Wa-da-da-dang, wa-da-da-da-dang. Watch my 3-3 C-chain go bang. Wa-da-da-dang, wa-da-da-da-dang.
There's a little something for you, you little biatch. Yeah, test the 1 2 1 2. There's a little something for you, a little biatch.
Watch my 3-3 C-chain go bang. Wa-da-da-dang, wa-da-da-da-dang. Watch my 3-3 C-chain go bang. Wa-da-da-dang, wa-da-da-da-dang. Tearing haters to be craters, tosses all up in my shit. Playing scared, you know you're dead. Going straight for arm attack, that bitch boy tried to end it quick. 8-bit boots with 8 right click. THEKHALA, that is where y'all at so late. Tearing haters in my face, trying to win with proxy gate. I scout your game, I bunker made. All your cowards leave the game. Your zergling rushers think they slick, knowing that they micro shit. All your lurkers rest in piss. Gotta build a rocky bitch. Links my way, I simply say, build a wall to make them pay. Talking smack up in the chat or radiate your ass, bitch. I push out my base at 9, then all of you suckers die. I'm sieging my fucking tank and stealing your fucking rank. So watch my 3-3 C-chain go bang. Wa-da-da-dang, wa-da-da-da-dang. Watch my 3-3 C-chain go bang. Wa-da-da-dang, wa-da-da-da-dang.
There's a little something for you, you little biatch. Yeah, test the 1 2 1 2. There's a little something for you, a little biatch.
Watch my 3-3 C-chain go bang. Wa-da-da-dang, wa-da-da-da-dang. Watch my 3-3 C-chain go bang. Wa-da-da-dang, wa-da-da-da-dang. Tearing haters to be craters, tosses all up in my shit. Playing scared, you know you're dead. Going straight for arm attack, that bitch boy tried to end it quick. 8-bit boots with 8 right click. THEKHALA, that is where y'all at so. Hey guys, we're back. We are so back. We are so very extremely back. It's time to finish off Group 30 with the best matchup of all time. Everyone already knows what I'm talking about. Everyone already knows. TVT! What are the two colors? Nope, I'm not doing those two colors. No, ain't no way I'm doing those two colors, that's for sure. I think Mattmanx 06 purposefully chose dark blue just to fuck with your eyes on the mini map. on Dominator specifically. Need to get the copy paster from Artosis chat for TVT. What was it like? Ted v Ted. I love Ted v Ted. I want more Ted v Ted. Tell you a little bit about the players once again. Posthumous, very good TVT. He has very, very good TVT. Oh, I love that one. The DVD logo instead of the, but with like TVT. Yeah, I like that one a lot. I like that one a lot. But okay, yeah. Posthumous has very good TVT. His TVT playstyle is very standard. He loves going for 3 Factory Vulture into... He loves going for Factory Expand into 3 Factory Vulture. That's what he always plays against me. Giant Banana, aka Mattman. I'm not really sure what he would play. So he actually goes for the exact same SimCity as you do against Protoss, which makes your life a lot easier because you don't have to think about where you place the buildings. But it's ultimately not super like optimal because you want to put your barracks closer to... I would say you want to put your barracks closer to where you want to lift off. Closer to your opponent's base because you want to lift it off and scout with it. That's my opinion at least. But ultimately at this tier, it definitely does not matter. I'm just saying that because I'm a caster, guys. That's what I do. Yeah, I'm a bit of a caster. You know, I cast for IPSL. Which, by the way, you guys should all watch. You guys should all watch IPSL. It's every Saturday and every Sunday. I do agree with one of your points there, Manshark. This caster is incredibly handsome. Yes. All right, looks like Post is doing exactly what I thought he would do, which is Factory Expand. Mattman also Factory Expanding, both of them. Actually, Post making a lot of Marines, a 3rd Marine. This could mean either aggression or he's just playing super safe. Or he could just be playing extremely safe. Generally, in this matchup, you don't need more than 2 Marines. At least to start. So, Mattman actually going for the 2nd factory, but it does get spotted by Post, like, immediately. So, Post does know he's going against a 2-fact, and honestly, I think the respawn is to just... Do you just, like, go for a 2nd factory yourself? No, you go bunker, and then eBay. That's what he's going to do. Bunker, and then eBay down here. Right? Barracks gonna land up here. eBay built down here. CC, and then you build tanks behind this. I think that's how you do it. All right. Not quite the barracks placement I would have expected. We'll see how this goes. All right, so we do actually plop down the command center. Machine shop on the way. 2nd machine shop on the way for Mattman. Barracks floating towards the correct location. Only 1 Marine is out, though. We're sort of optimizing for this push that we're going to do. Oh, is that... Does that cover it? I think it does, actually. Okay. I guess Dominator is a bit strange. I don't really like the way Dominator's bases are laid out. It's weird, and I have to learn it, and I don't like learning. We're actually going for Vulture Speed as Post. That is incredibly ballsy. I don't actually know why we would go Vulture Speed in this situation. Because we need to defend whatever this is, right? Like, we're getting attacked by 2 factory. We scouted the 2nd factory, so... Post might actually die right here and now. He might actually just be dead because he went Vulture Speed and Vultures. Like, 3 factory Vulture... I don't know. I don't know. I don't have a lot of faith. I don't got faith. Siege mode should be done. Here we go. We are, in fact, sieged up now. We're going to start pounding this bunker. And I think at this point, Post might have realized his mistake. Yeah, we're now building tanks. But, okay, this initial vulture engagement did not go well for Mattman. But ultimately, the vultures are... Vultures are not the important part. The important part are the tanks. Alright. We are unsieging and moving forward. Unsiege and move forward. We have our tank out, but we did not get siege mode. Siege mode is still researching. We might actually just have to abandon this position here. There's no way we can actually fight this, but unfortunately, because of the way Dominator's set up, we can't actually afford to cede the high ground anyway. And this fight went about as well as you would expect. Mattman might just, yeah, he just wins. Good old-fashioned 2-fact. Nothing beats 2-fact. GG. And Mattman takes the TVT right after I gassed up Posthumous. Because obviously, that's what happens. Couldn't have possibly happened any other way. Yeah, Group 30 just rock, paper, scissors. They just, like, killed each other. Yeah, with that, those were all the games that were played for Group 30. Now let's move on to the second group I claimed, which is the group that requested to be casted basically immediately after YukiSuou requested Group 30. Which is Group 22. We're doing Group 22. And it is going to feature our good friend Manshark. Look at that. We got some Manshark games here. Let me just set up real quick. Manshark. Certified memer in the Starcraft community. Organizer of Starcraft Underground. I almost said Starcraft University, but it's not. It's not Starcraft University. It's Manshark best VPN. Nah, you're thinking of Surfshark, man. Surfshark. What are you saying? All right. Here we go. We got a Terran versus Zerg with NicePants. NicePants. What a good name. Spawning on the 11 o'clock position of Dominator. And we have CPL's Manshark spawning at the 3 o'clock position. First of all, Group 22. That's pretty high up. I think Manshark might have had a crazy improvement arc. Because I remember when Manshark didn't even know you had to build factory at 16. And now here he is in Group 22 going head-to-head against NicePants. But let's see what happens. Manshark going straight for the wall off. I wonder if he knows how to wall off on this map, because the last time I played Dominator and I tried to wall off, I did not realize there was a random unbuildable terrain here. So I couldn't actually wall off properly. Zerg Overlord scouting in the wrong direction. But we are still going to be taking our 12 hatchery. Here we go. Ooh. think that's correct. Is that correct? So if you build barracks, depot, barracks. Sorry, not barracks, depot. Depot, barracks, depot. This is tight. This is not tight. And I don't think the area under the depot is tight either. So this wall might actually have 2 holes in it. But luckily for Manshark, he is not, in fact, getting Ling rushed. NicePants going for something pretty standard. Just 12 hatchery, and then spawning pool afterwards. All right, I knew there was, you couldn't wall off like this. Dude, the map makers, they hate Terran. They're like, Terran wall off? No. We're just gonna have one piece of unbuildable terrain to make it impossible to wall off. That is an SE2 style. You're so right. No. Manshark just like didn't realize he was playing StarCraft 1, so he's walling off as if it was StarCraft 2. And then when he tries to leave his base, and he's like, "Why are these depots not going down?" Why can't I do depot push-ups? That's Oh, you can cast me next. I actually think I played some. I think there were some pretty entertaining games in my group. But you can judge my performance for yourself. That is all I will say. Find it funny, someone's casting Manshark. It's like fishing. Elaborate. By the way, this is a crazy move out for Manshark. This is like a super high level play. And we're gonna get an Overlord for it. That's insane. No! Okay, we don't get an Overlord, but we forced 2 Sunkens. 2 Sunkens is an insane number of Sunkens for this stage of the game. And we're also forcing Lings to get built. Oh my god, we are skyrocketing ahead at this point as Terran. If you force out 2 Sunkens this early on, you are in such a good position. You're in such a good position. Yeah, okay, so the reason why I say this is a high-level move is because this is a very easily punished. This is like one of those moves where you can punish the Zerg really easily if they don't know it's coming, and the Zerg can punish you really easily if they know it's coming and you commit to it. But this ended up being really, really, really good for Terran because it forced 2 Sunkens. 2 Sunkens before 4 minutes is insane. We are very, very happy as Terran. But let's see. The one thing I'm kind of afraid of is that this would ruin our build. It doesn't seem like it is. We are getting a really early factory though. I wonder if we're gonna try something kind of weird like Valkyrie, or if we just don't know that we're supposed to get our factory at 6:30. I don't have builds, I have vibes. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, generally you don't want your factory this early because I think mostly because Terran is just so afraid of mutas, right? Like we want to spend basically all our money on building marines, building bio, like constantly producing out of our 2 barracks, on the turrets where we need 2 in this mineral line. We need 2 defending barracks, which I guess since the barracks is over here, it's defended by that one. And we need like 3 to 4 here. We need that. We need academy upgrades, right? We need to upgrade stim and we need to upgrade marine range basically as soon as you possibly can. And we also need to upgrade +1. So there's just a lot of stuff that Terran wants to do. So usually what happens is they just don't have enough money until 6:30. But I like the way Manshark is sort of roaming the map with this Marine medic. This is what you want to do when you go for an academy rush, because you have to posture, you have to threaten the Zerg, or else Zerg just gets away with murder, right? NicePants going for 4 sunken colonies, so this effectively did its job. We built a spire, but not that many mutas. And we're also only on 2 base. We're going crazy Zerg off of 2 base. I might even call this insane Zerg because we didn't build any mutas. So NicePants is actually doing a very disgusting build. This is extremely gross from NicePants. Like, as Terran, if your macro isn't on point, you will just simply die to this. Or you will go mech. I don't know, but it does not seem like he's going mech. Yeah, no more Mr. NicePants. So, okay, Manshark going for a really, really fast science facility. We're getting our science facility even before our second starport, and we still only have 2 barracks. I'm actually really concerned for Manshark, because the only way, apart from going mech, to beat this insane Zerg build is by having a ton of bio. And if we're only producing off of 2/3 barracks, we're not going to have enough bio to defend this. Actually, we're only on two gases. I don't know. It's a little hard to say. It's a little bit hard to say. Okay, so we did actually commit to 7 Marines. Or sorry, not 7 Marines, 7 mutas. So this actually isn't insane Zerg. This is simply crazy Zerg. Now Manshark is starting to understand the reason why mutas are so damn scary and why turret placement is super important. So these turrets are actually placed too far outwards. They're placed too far outwards. I would even call them zoning turrets. But unfortunately, what happened is that the Zerg actually just simply went past the turrets and camped like here and killed all your SCVs. Where you actually need the turrets are like here and here and like here and like here-ish. I don't actually think you need 4 for the main, but you want the turrets defending where your SCVs are. Not kind of around where your SCVs are. They kind of want to be very close to the SCVs. So the way I kind of like to place turrets is like around here, and around the gas. That's sort of where I like to put them. And in the main base, probably around here, and maybe one here. And that kind of prevents the Zerg from just simply pressing hold position with mutas like here, because there is a weak spot in this defense. Look at how much map control Zerg has, by the way. Like, Zerg can see everything with like the lings and the... Oh my god, he's gonna take a secret base. That is disgusting. That is disgusting. And we just kind of have some bio scattered everywhere. Cattle Bruiser would beat this kind of insane Zerg, I think. Maybe? I'm actually not sure. We went Defilers? Defiler Ultra? We only have 2 gas! That can't be right. Is the build from NicePants like you make 3 Ultralisks and 2 Defilers and then you attack? I think that might be the build. We have a ton of lings, by the way. Probably because NicePants has 36 workers and only 2 gases. So you gotta spend the minerals on something, and he's not even really spending the minerals. He built a ton of lings. Oh, I think we might have missed an irradiate? No, I think these mutas are just dying to the turrets. All right. So my turret advice only works if the Zerg has really good muta micro, which if they don't micro their mutas, then you can safely ignore it. Oh my god, the Defiler in the main base. Or in the natural. It's over! Okay, never mind. We don't cast another Darkstorm, so we can still defend this as Terran. Unless we can't. This is really hard to defend simply because we do not have that much bio. We do not have that much bio, and we took a lot of damage from the mutas. But the first wave has been defended, and once the first wave gets defended, the rest of the game becomes infinitely easier if your opponent is like doing some kind of build off of like two base. Because now we don't have any more gas banked up. So how are we going to make Ultra Defiler if we don't have gas? We might just be trickling in. Okay, this is so many lings. This is so many lings. And we do not have a lot of bio. 4 vessels are out on the map, though. And they're going to spot this army and start irradiating the Ultras. This is a very good move from Terran. We actually have almost 1 irradiate per Ultra. And this is going to force the Zerg to attack. We have to be very careful here. 3 of the Marines actually get picked off from the side. And the rest of these Marines dying to the Lings. We don't have that much more left. This bunker is, in fact, full. And we're GGing Manshark. Manshark, this game wasn't over. Manshark. Zerg is only on 2 base. Yes, we're taking this base. Yes, we're taking this base. But you're starting to build up your vessel count. And I think if we just plop down a lot of barracks and keep up with upgrades, which I think we are doing. We're at +2 upgrades. Zerg is only at +3 carapace. So we're ahead on upgrades, actually. I don't know. It was pretty tilted and playing bad. Okay, that's fair. But you were actually in a winning position, I think. I think I would have actually thought the advantage went to you. In this, I don't know. You have 4 Marines in the bunker, and you did irradiate every Ultra. And he doesn't have any Ultras behind this. But it's very hard to tell because the vision on the map is so poor. So from your perspective, Zerg could have like 5 bases and you wouldn't even know. So that's fair. That's fair. On to the next game. All right. Let's see what we got. By the way, Manshark, we're doing all your games. That is just the way this replay pack is formatted. Finally, some good colors. Spawning on the right-hand side, we have our Protoss player. It's Randir. And at the 7 o'clock position, our Terran hero, Manshark. Now, I'm interested to see... First of all, I've never seen Randir. I have absolutely no idea how he plays. And to be honest, I've seen the way Manshark plays Terran versus Protoss. But that was back when Manshark didn't know how to play. Now Manshark is actually a Terran expert. He's in Group 22 of the preseason. Might even be Tier 2. He's doing the correct SimCity. This is the correct SimCity. He knows how to SimCity. He knows the build. He knows you're supposed to get factory at 16. What else could you possibly need against a Protoss? A lot. This matchup is so hard, guys. Somebody please save me. Somebody wake me up inside. Protoss versus Terran, two of the worst races in Brood War. I feel like I don't have to guess which race you play, because I already know. All right, both players just doing their normal thing. Assimilator pretty early. This makes me think that they're going straight for Cybercore into Goon. No Zealot. Manshark finishing up his barracks. Second depot on the way. Factory, not quite 230. But that's okay. $238. Cybercore finishing up for the Protoss. Marine out in a very, very forward position. He's spotting for Zealots. Zealot will not come. In fact, the only thing that will come is the probe. And don't you dare make fun of that. Okay? You know exactly what I meant. Alright, probe sneaks in. Sees nothing fishy going on with the Terran. So at this point, we should be like, okay, 23 Nexus it is. Or not. We don't have to get 23 Nexus, that's fine. Oh, we do get 23 Nexus. Look at that. Look at that. Meanwhile, Manshark getting the command center even before the barracks. Very ballsy move. Or not the barracks, the bunker. This Dragoon should be able to get pushed back by this initial bio. Good micro, actually. Oh my god. We're already taking so much damage on the Goon. Okay. I'm not sure if that was worth it. But he really wanted that one Marine. This Goon is very low. Oh my gosh, factory? Oh, okay, sorry. I was not factory, machine shop. For a second, I thought the machine shop was built before the Vulture, which would have indicated FD push. But no, we got the Vulture. Everything is very, very, very extremely standard. eBay is very early. We are not gonna die to DTs, that's for sure. There's no way we die to DTs. Protoss getting the Robo. This is all looking very standard so far. One single Goon out on the field. Manshark's going to need to repair this bunker. One SCV per Goon should be enough to repair it, but we do actually have two. I think the second one is just making sure it's back in the green. Second Goon out onto the field. And the third one is just going to stay at home. All right, garage closed. And the first tank is out. We're going to try and push some of these Goons back. But we have to be careful not to lose the tank. We have to be very careful not to lose the tank. Oh, no! Oh! Okay, wow. All right, we saved the tank. Oh. Oh. And at this point, Protoss should be thinking about either expanding or going for some kind of harassment or bust play. 3 gates are already out. I'm not sure if you're supposed to build 3 gates this early. Normally, Protoss take their third base by 6:30, so going 3 gates usually indicates that you're going to try to put on some pressure. Unless I'm completely wrong about this, Protoss players. You can tell me if I'm wrong. But I'm pretty sure this is a little early. Third base does, in fact, go down. And it goes down in a bit of a weird spot. I'm pretty sure there's a base here, and that is the more common third base location, but it's possible that Randir just kind of wants to throw Manshark off a little bit and take the high ground third base. Okay, so we finish siege and kill one of the goons here. That's good for Terran. Double factory being built. Armory already done, getting +1. Getting our depots, making sure we're not supply blocked. Everything is very normal, very standard. Citadel of a Dune coming up. And both players are just kind of macroing. They're just doing their thing. Vulture going around looking for the potential third base from the Protoss, making sure they're not taking the other main because, God, that would be greedy. Oh, that would be so greedy. Turrets are up. We will no longer die to any DTs. And at this point, Terran should start thinking about going into 5 or 6 factories. It sort of depends on what you want to do in the mid game. So if you go 6 factory, you want to push out and try to kill your opponent. And if you go 5 factory, that's more macro oriented. You want to try and get your third base up. This is also a very funny way to. It's also a very funny way to lay out your factories, just in a huge line. I don't think I've ever seen this before, but it sort of makes sense if you're playing on widescreen. That okay, I actually want to have all my factories on one screen, so we'll make a wide line like this. And you know what? It works for Dominator on this position, and it also works for Dominator on this position. Alright, so we know Protoss has this base. We don't know if Protoss has this base. We're sending out 4 vultures already. It's a little bit premature. And I think speed just finished. So I think what we're going to try to do with this is lay mines around the map. Because we're only on 5 factories with 3 machine shops, I would be expecting Manshark to play this fairly defensively. Although three machine shops is a lot of machine shops. Usually you want 1 machine shop per base-ish. Although in Protoss versus Terran versus Protoss, I usually don't go past 3. And it's simply because you can't afford 3 off of 2 base. It's too much gas. That's a lot of goons out in the middle of the map. We're just kind of going around clearing mines. Terran being kind of annoying with these vultures. Oh, we might have been able to catch this probe. Where is this probe going, by the way? I thought it was going to try and take that base, the mineral only. But it might be trying to do the greedy thing and take the other main. Which is exactly what it's doing, and it's going to be stopped. This is not going to work. Ambush. You got ambushed by 5 vultures. A lot of tanks being produced. We are on 3 machine shops after all. But at this point, Terran really needs to start deciding what it's going to do next. Dropship is out, so dropship play is very interesting. It does sort of mean that we should probably get a third base. I think that's what it means. Okay, we are trying to take this, but 1 singular tank not going to do anything to stop a bunch of goons. Terran is a race of critical mass. You always want to make sure you have critical mass before you do anything committal. And here we go. We're moving up more and more tanks. We're sieging on top of the mines, which makes me very, very nervous, but at this point, there's no zealots or shuttles, so it's probably fine. Trying to push up here is always an insane pain. I hate it when Protoss do this. When Protoss they just sit there. They sit there. We have a lot of tanks though. Let's keep pushing. Let's keep pushing. How about that? Let's unsiege these tanks and push up. Protoss on their third base, and let's see what tech they're going for. The tech they're going for is Gateway Man. That's what they're doing. Gateway Man, Gateway Man. Terran actually very far ahead in tech. We're even getting science vessels before we need science vessels because there's no arbiters. And also going up to not 8 factories. This is a command center. This is a lovely perimeter that we built with these factories, by the way. So this was actually a smart move from the Terran, sieging up on this high ground, which would secure basically this position without needing to push up this tiny choke point. And so with Terran having secured this base, oh, is he actually building third base on location and floating this to the fourth? That would be good. That would actually be very good and put him quite far ahead. Meanwhile, Protoss double expanding on the other main base here. I think if Terran gets these bases up soon, we're going to see a 4-base Terran against a 5-base Protoss, which is very, very good if you're the Terran. Oh, Vulture drop, actually. Almost missed that. Only 3 workers killed, but all of them being pulled into the main, and the Vultures are still in the dropships here. 2 more get dropped off, and they're going to town on this mineral line as well. One singular Vulture not enough to deal with 2, or sorry, one singular Zealot not enough to deal with 2 Vultures. This one actually already low, instantly dies. This Vulture drop was very, very successful. And we're even picking up! Hello? Is this Maru playing StarCraft 1? But where's the command center? I thought we were going to build one on location. We're floating this one all the way over! I think we could have built one on location, guys. I think we could have double expanded as Terran, and that would have been a big balls move. That would have been a big balls play. I'm not sure if we could have actually defended that, but that's the big balls move, I think. Walling off with the depot, you always want to do that as Terran at your third base. But okay, let's talk a little bit about the state of the game. So Randir went for full Gateway Man. He is pumping units out of gateways, and he's going for Arbiter Stasis. So he's going to want to max out and take like a huge fight in the middle of the map, or try to bust Terran's position and kill as many tanks as possible, kill a base, all that good stuff. And behind this, he is on 5 bases. So trading off of maxed out army is exactly what Randir wants to do. Terran, on the other hand, now with the 3rd base secure, needs to, first of all, start mining from it. That's for sure. But second, we have our armory. Only 1 armory, actually. But we do have 2-1 upgrades. No, sorry. We have two armories. There we go. 2 armories. With 2-1 upgrades done, and at around, I would say, once we're maxed out, I would also push as Terran. But for now, we have to be very careful because Protoss is going to want to bust us, I think. I think that's what Randir is looking to do, given his unit composition. I think I don't know if I missed a drop or something, but I don't know. Small groups of goons still wandering around the map looking for mines to clear. We spot the observer out on the map and we kill it. Very good. And we are really starting to build up our tank count as Manshark. We are building up to a very, very, very scary army. As Protoss, I feel like if you're going for some kind of like gateway man arbiter strategy, you're going to want to keep the Terran in check somehow. And you can accomplish this through engaging and trading with the army, going for recalls. Actually, yeah, it's probably only one of those. But Manshark actually moving out here. We're going to catch a whole bunch of Protoss units here a little bit with their pants down. They aggroed in and we lost a bunch of guys for free. But look, now we're gonna attack from all sides. Actually, I think this might be a little bit of a mistake from Protoss here. We don't have nearly as many zealots as we need to try and break this position. There are so many tanks on this high ground here, and they are completely destroying the goons. But now that the zealots are finally sort of caught up with the rest of the army, they can get some damage done, but not before every goon goes down. This is so good for Manshark. Oh my god. It's time to push. It's time to push. It's the time to push is now. Go forth. Protoss actually in a lot of trouble right now. We have equalized the supply. The supply is now once again equal. That's the kind of the hard thing as Terran, is if you want to capitalize on something, you have to do it quickly because Protoss will just rebuild. All right, we're moving forward onto this bottom right high ground here. We have to be very, very careful because our tanks are a little bit exposed. The rest of our army is lagging behind. If our tanks get caught, oh my god, that's basically the power of this army just like completely gutted. At this point, you have to retreat as Terran. You can't fight this with the non-tank units. That was a good D-Matrix though. That was fire. This D-Matrix is still tanking damage. We're still fighting this. I mean, there's no observer here, so this army is just gonna tank a lot of damage to mines. I'm surprised nothing died there. Oh, we actually catch 2 vessels with 1 Arbiter stasis, and the other one goes down. That's actually a bit of a disaster for Terran. If we don't have detection, I mean, we do have scans, but they're a little bit hard to use as a lower level player. You have to be very quick with it. All right, tanks being sieged up. We're trying to engage with this army here. The vultures get put in front of the tanks. Oh my god. The tank splash damage killing like 4 vultures at once. I don't think I've ever really seen that before. Arbiter looking for a stasis. We're 2 energy away, and I think there is a very juicy one coming up. There we go. 5 tank stasis, 2 of them unsieged. This army is extremely vulnerable, and I think Manshark needs to try and defend this high ground pizza slice here. He has a whole bunch of tanks outside the natural not doing anything. They need to be helping out with this fight. The tanks are so unsieged right now. All right, here we go. Finally sieging some of the tanks. But there's no detection. There's no detection at all. All right, finally putting down the scanner, but not before half your army already died to invisible men. Invisible zealots and invisible dragoons. This is quite unfortunate. I feel like we had a really, really good engagement when we maxed out, but unfortunately, I think we might have panicked a little bit because the tanks just went out by themselves. This is such an unforgiving matchup. Alright, see you later, man. There's 3 Arbiters here, and they cannot stand up to 1 Goliath. His Arbiter attack is very not good. Somebody tell me why the Protoss Arbiter gets an attack, but the Terran Science Vessel does not. Someone tell me why that's fair. Someone in the chat. How is that fair? I think the Science Vessel should also have a 10 damage attack. That would make Terran versus Zerg so much better. Yeah, that's true. Terrans hate science. Okay, so we defended that, and we actually defended that very efficiently. Randir actually now only on 126 supply. This is actually, Protoss is I don't know. It's a little hard to say. But economically speaking, Protoss is not ahead at this point, right? Like after trading like that, if Terran gets this base secured, which I think they can, given the unit difference, if Terran secures that base, then we're actually in a very solid position. We have a Wraith out? What's the Wraith for? For the Arbiters probably, but unfortunately it's not gonna work because Wraiths are so fragile. You can't really use them to attack the Arbiter because the Arbiter will always have an army underneath it. Okay, so we're securing this base. That's an interesting choice. I think that base is pretty hard to defend, but if we can get it up and if we can get away with it, then not only does that mean more minerals, but also gas as well. We actually also catch the Protoss trying to expand into this mineral only here and wipe out every single probe. An excellent catch from the Terran. Protoss's army is actually on the complete opposite end of the map, and I think they might be looking to do an attack into the Terran Natural. Now, the Terran Natural is not very well defended. We only have 4 tanks here, but 1 Arbiter does get sacrificed for a stasis that does not even hit the tanks. Nonetheless, we're going to try and push forward here. We have a lot of Goons, Zealots, and 3 Arbiters as well. The initial Zealots crash into the mines. Oh, what? How does, was that 1 stasis? How is that even possible? Protoss moves forward and actually completely breaks this position. If we get onto the production, that might be GG for Terran. That might just be GG for Terran. But meanwhile, Terran is pushing into this base. Zealots are very scary though. If you don't have your critical mass, Zealots end up just killing everything extremely efficiently. This is unfortunate. I think this might be game over. I think this could be game over. GG gets called. And we're moving on to the next game. All right. Coming up next in CPL Group 22. Oh my God, guys. Are you excited for another TVT? Because up next we have Manshark versus Seventhnadir. Terran versus Terran. truly the gentleman's matchup. And the only matchup for Terran that's actually fair. Terran versus Terran. The fairest matchup of them all. Do you try to redeem a sound alert on my professional cast? Is that what you tried to do? Nah, not on my watch. Not on my watch. No sound alerts. Stop it, guys. You guys. This is a professional cast. We don't do sound alerts here. No way. Barracks at 11. Barracks at 11. Oh my god, it's the what's this called? Is this the Artosis? The Artosis SimCity? I remember I was like playing against a Protoss and I did this SimCity and I got wrecked by Zealots and I posted this replay to CPL and they were like, why are you doing the Artosis SimCity? And I was like, I don't know, I watch Artosis, I just do what he does. This isn't even the Manshark SimCity because this is Seventhnadir. You're white. Manshark scouting towards the correct location. Seventhnadir scouting towards the wrong location. When Manshark comes in here, sees the factory, we should know exactly what's going on. Sees that we're still mining gas. Now, this is when you have to pose to yourself a very important question. All right, is he mining gas because he's two-facting me? Or is he mining gas because he doesn't know that you're supposed to pull off gas after you build your factory? Which one is it? Which one is it? It's two-fact. It's two-fact. But here's the thing. You can still claim... Alright, if Manshark loses to two-fact, he can still claim that he lost because his opponent was bad. Because he can be like, I simply assumed that he was mining gas because he was bad and he doesn't know he was supposed to pull off gas. That is... That, and I would be like, okay, you know what? That's kind of fair. you know what? Like, yeah. You can make that assumption. So if Manshark loses to the two-fact attack, he can still say, I only lost because my opponent was bad. But let's see if this actually kills him. Two-fact is very scary in TVT, by the way. Two-fact is very scary. And I think the scariest part of two-fact is you don't actually know what's coming, right? Like, it could be fast. It could be like a lot of speed vultures really, really quickly. It could be Goliaths. It could be tanks. They're going to try to contain you. I'm a bit uncertain if the response for each of them is different. But I'm pretty sure for every one of them, you want a tank. And that's exactly what Manshark is doing. You want a tank and you want a wall. You want tank, wall, and siege mode. If you get those things quickly enough, it should be fine. Now, why the hell is he building a command center? I thought we were two-fact attacking. I thought we were two-fact. We built two factories and only one of them is producing. Manshark might actually win because his opponent was bad because he's not. Okay. All right. Yeah. Never let him know your next move. Oh my God. Yeah. Yep. So Seventhnadir has, in fact, what he has done is he has simply put himself behind Manshark. Because instead of building a command center, he built the second factory. That's fair. That's a fair strat. That is a fair strat. But let's see if Manshark can actually turn this economic advantage into a victory. So his command center was actually much earlier than Seventhnadir. This puts him 3 workers ahead. Seventhnadir actually doing a crazy worker transfer. We actually only have 8 workers mining the main, but now we have over 12 mining the natural. By the way, there are less minerals at your natural than there are in your main. But that's fine. We have 2 factories constantly producing tanks. This is a very aggressive or defensive. I guess we're gonna try and contain anyway. But this contain is gonna be off of 2 base instead of 1 base. Tanks moving out on the map. 2 Marines accompanying them. This is not Terran versus Protoss, so you don't actually need that many buffer units. And if Manshark is not careful, he might actually get contained here. And if he gets contained here, that could be very, very bad. The tanks actually come up here. They siege really, really quickly. Manshark moves back, but not quite. The reaction speed is not quite fast enough. But he loses one of the tanks. Does he not have siege mode? Oh no! Oh no! He doesn't have siege mode. That's why he didn't siege the tanks. This is, ooh, this is not good. This is well, now Manshark does actually have siege mode, but he can't actually attack into this position here. From this position, the game is very hard. I'm not sure. I think it might just be over. I think we just GG at this point. Okay. We kill one of the tanks here. This tank might actually go down as well. So, okay, we actually cleared up a good amount of this contain. But unfortunately, we don't have any tanks ourselves, and this command center might actually die. If this command center dies, we are officially giga behind. We are giga behind. And this is so annoying. We have a tank here shelling even the factory. I don't think there's a whole lot that Manshark can do from this position. Vultures are coming out, but vultures die to 2 shots, basically. Look at 7 space. Oh, 2 Port Wraith versus 2 Port Wraith. All right. I think I'm starting to figure out what Manshark's plan is coming back into this game. Notice, Seventhnadir has 3 tanks and nothing that shoots up. 4 tanks now, nothing that shoots up. Now, we can break the contain. But of course, this can't last forever. At this point, oh my god, we actually chased the tank into our tank. And Seventhnadir actually going to pull back now. So at this point, we just retake our base and continue as if nothing ever happened. Third base, though, coming along for Seventhnadir. Seventhnadir is very ahead. What? 4 starports? What are we gonna build off of 4 starports? What are we making off of 4 starports? Wraiths. 8 damage per shot. Gonna take kind of forever to kill a tank. But they do eventually kill tanks, given enough time. Seventhnadir responding to this by building a couple of Goliaths. So now Manshark has to be careful not to lose these Wraiths to the Goliath. Alright, we do in fact respond in time, so we're gonna pull back now. Meanwhile, Seventhnadir trying to build as many Wraiths as he possibly can. He has 4 starports up despite only mining off of 2 gases. Now that a 3rd one is coming up, he can more easily afford all these Wraiths. Alright. The barracks does escape unscathed. And Seventhnadir pulling ahead with a 30 worker advantage. Yeah, I don't know about the 4 starport transition. Yeah. This is definitely treading new water for me. But it might work. It might work very well for him. I mean, at this point he's so far ahead. But he can't get away with everything. Terran versus Terran is a matchup where even if you're super ahead, you could theoretically still throw because tanks are so powerful and Wraiths die and Wraiths are so fragile. Like for example, if there was 2 turrets here and Seventhnadir, oh, he actually catches Manshark with cloak, and Manshark did not have Comsat his scanners ready for this. He actually comes in here and kills one of the dropships as well. But at this point, Manshark should know that if he scans, he can see the Wraiths. There we go. Scan goes down, but unfortunately, 3 Wraiths do not beat 4. The math is not mathing for Manshark. The math is not mathing. But what can we do? We don't have anything. And now that the Comsat station goes down, we have another Comsat, so it doesn't matter that much. But these Wraiths are basically... These Wraiths have free reign. Goliaths and Wraiths are being built as in response. But not before, like, 20 SCVs are going to die. Alright, our first batch of anti-air units come out. There's no Goliath range. That is very unfortunate. Oh my god, and these Wraiths are going to get caught out as well. Meanwhile, Seventhnadir is expanding on the top left. I think Manshark might be a little bit unaware as to how far behind he truly is. Because I'm actually running... I have no idea if he can even come back from this. If he loses every single Wraith to these 2 Goliaths, which it looks like he's not going to, especially since we still don't have Goliath range upgraded. But even if he loses every Wraith to it, we're still building off of 4 starports. And we have our physics lab, so we're going battle cruiser. That's how we secure the win. That's how we secure the win. Oh my god. Is Seventhnadir a Protoss because he plays so gross? Sieging the high ground here. So disgusting. We killed Sharon boosters. We were upgrading Goliath range using this machine shop and we killed it. Oh my god. This is so tragic. This is the saddest, most tragic thing I've ever witnessed. Very interesting that the tanks can't actually see past these cliffs. We are losing them for free, though. Actually, I wouldn't say they were lost for free because they killed our factory after all. A second wave of wraiths coming in here. And I feel like Manshark has got a GG at some point. I feel like I would have GG'd out of pure tilt if I was in his position. Yeah, there's no anti-air defending the front here, so Seventhnadir able to just completely overrun this position as well. With the wraiths. These wraiths are being so annoying. These wraiths are being so annoying. And behind this, quad battle cruisers being built. This is how the game gets secured. Good catch, though, from Manshark. But now forced to run away. The game's gonna end pretty soon. Don't worry, guys. Manshark holding on for dear life, actually. This one tank is such a menace. Like, you can't even build buildings here. The only thing Manshark can really do is, like, siege up a couple tanks here and hope that they don't get killed. They get a favorable trade onto high ground. Manshark moving vultures around the map. Unfortunately for him, this base is well secured. I'm not sure this many vultures can even fight one tank and two Goliaths. Unfortunately for him, he does lose everything. Oof. Now that the battle cruisers are out, though, I think the game will be ending very shortly. Battle cruiser operational. Battle cruisers are operational, but they are not pushing. They are, in fact, enjoying their time off at the Terran third base. Manshark taking his own third, though, finally. Yeah, rip Manshark. This is a rough game. This is a rough game. Maybe we can get something done with these wraiths, though. We do have cloak. Oh, barely doesn't get this one. One more shot, man. Just one more shot. Battlecruiser is moving out. It is time to end the game, says Seventhnadir. JK! JK! JK. Gather the forces first. Muster the armies. All right, everybody. This pizza slice right here. Come on. Everybody gather around. All right, now go. Here we go. Now the attack can begin in earnest. And the battle cruisers are on the move, and there is nowhere near enough of anything to be able to stop this. Even if siege tanks shot up, these battle cruisers would still be unstoppable. GG. GG. Manshark calls it. And that is... wrong screen. What's up? Where are we at? We are about halfway done our cast. We've casted group 30. Now we're casting group 22. And now we are on the last game of our Manshark arc. And this time it is going to be versus Stifle. All right. We have Stifle spawning on the top side of Dominator. And Manshark spawning on the bottom side. So I'll tell you a little bit about Stifle. Stifle is actually a very good StarCraft 2 player. He plays for Team All In. I think he's actually a Terran player in StarCraft 2. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure Stifle is a Terran player. I've played him in CTL before, not CPL. CTL. Although I think I might have played Stifle in CPL before as well. And I think Stifle beat me in CTL, but I beat him in CPL. So I'm just saying, StarCraft 1's kind of the better game. So I don't know. You take with that what you want. You interpret that however you like. All right, probe scouts. Doesn't see anything. Gonna go to the other scouting location. Manshark going for a forward SimCity. Very clever. Gas taken on time. We're going for a factory expand. And Stifle maybe going for the cheeky Nexus first. On 12, he plops down the Nexus. And as Terran, what are your choices? What are your options? You could do what Posthumous did and pull 7 to 10 SCVs and attack. You kill the Nexus and you play from there. The other thing you can do, and this is what most people do when they are cross spawn, is they simply tank it and be like, well, guess I'm playing from behind. And usually when you're playing from behind, you can't afford to do something like, for example, 6-fact. You have to just play a long game. But if, as Terran, you're forced to play a long game, what if Protoss goes for carriers? According to Snow and according to Artosis, that is an unbeatable strategy if you're in cross-spawn Nexus first and you go for carriers. Because Terran can't attack you because you have the advantage early game, so they have to go for a long game. But in the long game, you also win because you have carriers. Luckily for Manshark, though, there is no such thing as cross-spawn in Dominator. Unluckily for Manshark, he is not going for the attack. In fact, he's actually getting a bunker at home. What he wants to do at this point is to get the command center down as quickly as possible or go on the offensive. One or the other. In fact, Stifle going for the most greedy possible variation of Nexus first, which is you only get one gateway. This is the most greedy variation of Nexus first. And it is very gross that he's going to get away with it. Protoss. Protoss! They can't keep getting away with this. Cybercore upgrading goon range. We're not even building a zealot. That is how greedy we're playing right now. No Zealot in sight. Nexus finished a minute before the Terran command center even started. And Terran actually going for the add-on right away. Skipping Vulture, going straight for tank. Second factory actually comes very quickly, before even the armory. If this is a 2-fact push off of 2 bays, this could actually be very scary for Stifle because he's been greeding so hard. There's so much greed coming from the Protoss that it might actually end up biting him in the ass. Unfortunately, a bit of a supply block is hit, but it doesn't get negated by the command center finishing. Manshark trying to be a little bit cute with his Marines, trying to push back the goon. But with our tank out, we should be able to deal with this fairly shortly. Protoss behind this, going straight for Robo, also getting a second gateway, not wanting to die to early aggression. I guess now he feels like he can't greed any further. He's like, well, maybe I should play safe. Maybe I should play this one safer. Maybe I greeded enough. Yeah, Protoss never gets punished for greed. Never punished. Never punished. Alright, we're getting missile turret. We are continuing as Manshark to play this extremely safely, which is exactly what Stifle wants. This is the very classic rock, paper, scissors you see in real-time strategy games. There's 3 different kinds of builds that rock, paper, scissors each other. The greedy build beats the safe build. The safe build beats the aggressive build, and the aggressive build beats the greedy build. And what we are seeing here is Manshark going maximum safe and Stifle going maximum greed. Luckily for Manshark, though, Stifle does delay the Nexus by a little bit. But he kind of makes up for it by double expanding. He makes up for it by double expanding. Vultures are out on the map. They're going to try and be annoying and try to lay some mines down in basically spotter locations. Oh my god. That one actually goes off. It hits all 4 goons, which is a good start for our Terran player. And he does spot that the Protoss is expanding 2 times at once. Terran going up to 4 factories now. This is pretty standard. We see a lot of Terrans go 4 factory now. And when I say 4 factory, I mean 5 factory, because I just didn't see this 5th factory under here. Under the unit panel. 5 factory, also very standard. Although 4 factory is becoming more it's becoming more of a thing now. A lot of pros have been enjoying 4 factory, just like cutting that factory just so you can greed out your command center a little bit earlier, while still maintaining basically enough units to defend against Protoss if they want to put on a lot of pressure. At this point, Stifle going for Citadel of Adun and Forge, double Forge. Both bases are finished, but we haven't started mining from either of them yet. And 3 gates, gonna be able to pump out a decent number of units. All Alright, now that our observer and goons are out, we can go freely around the map and try to sweep up any mines that we see. Scouting the third here, making sure Terran isn't doing something wildly greedy. Because as Protoss, you can always punish Terran greed, but as Terran, you can't punish Protoss greed. That's the way it works. I'm not biased, by the way. I understand I am a Terran player, but I'm not biased. I'm not biased. No way in hell I'm biased. By the way, Manshark actually does kind of have an opportunity here, because I think Stifle is once again showing his greed. Only 3 gateways up, and we're already 10 minutes into the game. We are, in fact, on 5 factories. We have 2 more production structures compared to the Protoss. There is a chance if we pushed out now, we could catch Stifle kind of with his pants down. The unfortunate thing for us is because we only have 1 factory that has an add-on, we don't actually have that many tanks. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tanks out on the field. And if Protoss manages to kill like any of them, it's like basically a 1/5 of your firepower gone. But it looks like for now, we're just going to be happy securing the 3rd base. Protoss behind this, going to go into more gateways. Pylons in funny locations. Look at this setup, by the way. This is such a StarCraft 2 setup. You just kind of have gates everywhere. In StarCraft 2, it doesn't matter because they turn into warp gates, so you don't have to worry about anything. And also, unit pathfinding is good enough anyway. But in StarCraft 1, you generally don't want to do this. It's nice to have all your buildings kind of neatly lined up. We have a lot of vultures out on the map. This is a little bit scary for Terran to do, because if we don't have our army together, then Protoss can kind of just bust it. Luckily for us, though, it doesn't seem like Protoss is interested in doing that right now, but yeah, if we're working with not a whole lot of units, we can't actually afford to split up our army that much. Protoss going for his 5th base here, as we, the Terran, are taking our 3rd. I think this puts Protoss very, very slightly ahead. Purely in terms of base count and when we got our bases. In terms of army, Protoss is extremely ahead. And in terms of worker numbers, Protoss is also very ahead. So unfortunately, the base count doesn't tell the full story. The biker gang is outlaying mines around the map. Protoss doing a bit of enforcement, going around cleaning up the city. But okay, if we look at the state of the game right now, we are upgrading +2-1, I think. This is 2-1. Oh, it's 2-2. So it sort of seems like Protoss has mostly left Manshark alone, and that's good for Manshark. But at this point, we're maxed, and I think Stifle is going to be looking for a fight. We're already starting to accumulate our forces in the middle of the map. We need these guys over into the middle as well, and I fear that we might try to bust some position. So the 3rd base currently is only defended with 1 siege tank. That is nowhere near enough to be able to properly secure this base. But it is also very likely that Protoss is just going to try to shove into here. I know it's very attempting. It's very tempting as Protoss to just shove your massive army right into Terran's face. But in a lot of times, it pays to be a little smarter with it. But we'll see what happens. These tanks actually sieging right on top of their own minefield. This could end up going really, really poorly for Terran. And we actually also just don't have the vultures to support the tanks here. A lot of our vultures actually going down immediately, and now the Protoss is basically left to clean up the Terran tank force here. And it seems like Protoss has completely busted through this position. Unfortunately, this might be the end for Terran. The greed is simply too much. To be fair, though, Manshark, to be fair, Nexus first is so stupid. Stifle played so greedy this game. It's actually kind of gross. I want to throw up too. After the shit Protoss pulled, we're gonna need to take a break so I can throw up. Yeah. We don't like Protoss in this cast. We don't like Protoss. Oh my god, and Dominator with the uphill misses as well. In my opinion, okay. In my opinion, Dominator is kind of a hard map to play as Terran. Because of the uphill natural. And because of the pizza slices, it makes it very hard to push across the map as Terran. The Zealots are streaming in. The sad part is once Protoss busts like your base like that, or your position like that, it's very hard to come back. GG gets called. A bit of a sad end to our Manshark saga. But we will be proceeding on to the next set of games. Up next, we have a Zerg versus Protoss. GG's, man. All right, listen. Terran versus Protoss is bullshit, okay? TVP sucks. And in that TVT game, you lost because your opponent was bad, all right? Okay? You saw the double factory, and you thought it was speed vultures. I would have also thought it was speed vultures. And then you got contained immediately with siege tanks. And he expanded behind that. Okay. Yeah, I see you in the chat, Seventhnadir. You know what you did. You know what you did. All right. Oh, I kind of prematurely switched scenes there. All right, spawning on top here, we have NicePants. What a good name. I like NicePants. And on the bottom side, our Protoss player, Randir. Okay. Okay. Randir sending his first probe out. Pylon at 8, as the Starcraft dad says. Always get your pylon at 8. And looks like we are, in fact, scouting right away. This is indicative of a gateway expand, but you can also do this if you're doing Forge. That's fine too. Meanwhile, as Zerg, we're not going to do anything super out of the ordinary. We are, in fact, I think, going for a 12 hatchery, which is kind of ballsy. I like it. 11 hatchery, actually. Even better. And as Randir, you see this? If I'm Randir and I see this, I'm like, okay, Nexus time. I think that's exactly what he's doing. We're already like 300 minerals, no forge, no gateway. I think it's time for yet another Nexus first! Nexus first again! It's always Protoss with these Nexus first builds, I swear. Not even Zerg can escape. But you know what? We scout with our Overlord as Zerg, and we see the Nexus. We see no other buildings. And that, to me, I'm like, all right, third base. 3 hatch before gas. Or something like that. I'm not a Zerg player, by the way. I actually have no... You should not be listening to me for advice. But I'm still going to say it. I'm still gonna give you advice as if I knew what I was talking about. But looky here, 3rd hatch before gas. Hey, I think that's the right move. And look, Protoss even building a photon cannon just to be safe. This is ultimately going to turn out in our favor as Zerg. Scouting probe dies. Protoss behind this, getting their cyber core. Very important to get Corsairs out in time. And the Nexus now up means that we can transfer our workers over, start mining from 2 bases. Both players playing this very, very naturally. 2 Lings, very greedy. But honestly, in Zerg versus Protoss, you don't actually need that many units until you see them move out. So if the Zealot, if you see like 4 or 5 Zealots just like come out, you can kind of reactively build Lings, and that should mostly work. But generally, being as greedy as possible is the name of the game. You want to play greedy until you can't play greedy anymore. 4th hatch actually going down before we get any kind of tech. Interesting choice. Creep colony established at the 3rd base. Hydra Den going down. We are, in fact, going Hydra and not for Mutas. 5 hatches. So this looks, in fact, like the 5 hatch Hydra build I've been hearing about so very often. Most of the pros, if you watch ASL or if you watch like really good players play, you'll notice they almost always go Spire. But that is a bit of a difficult game to play. Especially if you're going the 5 unit version. You could get the Spire just for Scourge, but ultimately the easiest way to play Zerg versus Protoss is 5 Hatch Hydra. The Hydras just kind of defend everything okay. There are ways for Protoss to take advantage of the fact that you have no Scourge and no Spire. But in general, at like the lower level, you won't find someone that good. So Zealot speed is on the way. Corsair is also on the way. I think we're going to go for some kind of +1 speed Zealot attack. That's generally what I tend to see from Protosses these days. +1 speed is very strong, by the way. You always want to get +1 on your Zealots pretty soon, fairly early. Because of course, if Zealots have +1, they 2-shot lanes. Whereas without +1, it takes 3 shots. Hydras are now finally starting to get masked up. Zerg layer close to finishing. Sunken colonies at the 3rd and the natural. So Zerg should be feeling very secure at this point. The Corsair comes out and starts hammering at this Overlord. There are no Hydras anywhere near here except these 2 that just spawned, but that should be more than enough to drive this away. The Corsair, of course, having done their job. Their job is not to kill Overlords, it is to scout. Yeah, should be running away now. Going back in for a second look. And nothing really noteworthy to see. Nothing really noteworthy. We see drones being built. Some Hydras moving across the map, but not that many. This is nowhere near enough to call this like a Hydra bust. But okay, Zealots are actually moving out here. Zerg might actually be in a little bit of trouble because they simply don't have that many units out on the field. 3 Hydras gets caught here. A 4th one as well about to go down. And Protoss looking in a very strong position. If we keep going with this attack, I think we could actually get a lot of damage done. Well, maybe not anymore. Zerg completing their 2nd sunken here, building a 3rd creep colony, and a lot of Hydras now being built. Protoss, it was a good move moving these Zealots out, but unfortunately, Zerg's 3-base setup is looking very secure. I feel like if we saw the scouting Zealot like die to 12 Hydras and 3 Sunkens. I think there's no way we can even think about pushing into that with 7 Zealots. We could poke into the natural and try and get a gauge as to how good the defenses are there, but I think at this point, the 3 Sunkens are decent damage to the Zerg economy. Not the best, but it is decent damage. And Protoss is, in fact, getting their Storm on time, as well as their High Templar out. A little bit of a supply block for Randir. We're going to compensate with that by building 4 pylons at once. This is a cheat that only Protoss can have, unfortunately for us Terrans and Zergs. And we're going to try to engage this out onto the middle of the map here. NicePants. Oh, a good flank actually coming from the north side. NicePants actually going to take a ton of damage, losing more than half his army and being forced to retreat here. Good move from Randir. Some of these Zealots went a little bit too far, and now they're going to get destroyed by the Zerg. Meanwhile, we're actually double expanding behind this. I like this move. This is... this might actually go completely unpunished, the double expand. Because I'm not sure if Protoss actually has the capability to push into either of these 2 bases. And I'm also not convinced Protoss is going to know that Zerg has a base here and here. I think Protoss, Randir, even playing this a little bit too carefully, right? We have our goons out, right? We have our Templar out, and our Templar do have Storm. We only have 1 Storm here, but Yeah, we theoretically have Storm. At this point, we should be moving out and trying to make sure the Zerg isn't getting away with murder, which they kind of are right now. Protoss actually expanding to a bit of a funny location. I think this does, in fact, get spotted by NicePants. Well, regardless of whether or not the Ling sees that, it's going to know eventually. Right? A bit of a kerfuffle going on outside of Randir's natural pizza slice. A bit of a stray Hydra here. I think he's a bit lost. But okay, both players seem fairly content to play it relatively passively. And as I said that, Randir is now moving out onto the map. Luckily for NicePants, he has a very, very good setup here. These lurkers, of course, spread out perfectly to prevent one storm from damaging two of them at once. But, see, here's the thing. His other bases are all extremely exposed. Right? He has a very strong defense set up outside of his natural, but basically everywhere else is like free pickings. Oh my god, we actually have a DT slip into here. He already has 6 kills. The spore crawler, or the spore colony, is being built, and the Overlord comes in to save the day here. This DT barely escapes with his life, and I feel like this DT could be the MVP of this game if he goes to the bottom right. All right, Protoss is starting to attack up the Zerg natural. Zerg is extremely well defended here. We are basically tucked in to defensive positions, very entrenched. And Protoss actually taking a kind of an inefficient trade, but we are in fact pushing through this this layered defense here. So these lurkers do in fact go down. Zerg reinforcing with Lings and Hydras. Wait a second. Where's our observer? Our observer is actually very far behind here. So these two lurkers are going undetected. That storm completely misses the lurker here. We actually need, what we need to do is bring the observer up. We need this observer up here immediately because we cannot afford to continue to take damage to these lurkers. Protoss now finally retreating, and NicePants has more or less successfully defended his natural. Unfortunately, Randir not really realizing that this base completely empty. This base, there's one lurker here, and even this base, there are only 3 Sunkens defending. But instead, we made the unfortunate decision to try to bust the natural, which was the most entrenched position in the entire universe. But here we go. We're actually attacking again here with a fresh wave of Zealots. The High Templar storming the lurker here. One of them unfortunately misses, but the second one hits a whole bunch of Hydras. This was definitely a trade from Protoss, but yeah. Only now is he going to start to realize that he didn't need to trade at all. He could have just attacked and like took a base for free. But now that this base has been uncovered, Zerg is going to need to spend some resources to try to defend it. NicePants is actually spread pretty thin. He's actually spread out pretty thin. If we kind of recognize this as Protoss, there is a very good window of opportunity for us to deal some serious damage to the Zerg. We just need to poke at the different bases and see, just to kind of see which ones are weak and which ones are strong. So we know this is a very well defended, right? We have lurkers up the wazoo. But now Protoss is starting to push on the right-hand side. These Hydras are kind of roaming around looking for extra bases, and I don't think this base, we actually know that it even exists. But here we go. Randir now starting to shove on the right-hand side. Most of the Zerg army is actually completely out of position. We have a very, very strong opportunity here to just move in and basically tear this base wide open. The observer moving back here is a little bit unfortunate. We're going to take a couple extra pot shots to these lurkers, but not before these lurkers go down. A small flanking maneuver coming from the north side. These Hydras are intercepted by the by the Zealots, but a lot of goons going down to the Lurkers. It's not going to be enough to stop this attack. More Hydras now streaming down, going to try to salvage this situation, but unfortunately this base is going to have to get abandoned. Instead, these Hydras going for a counterattack here. This base is completely wide open, at least until the Goons come in to reinforce, which looks like they will. But Goons by themselves are not very good against Hydras, especially if we're attacking uphill. Protoss forced to bring his army back, but they have already accomplished their goal. This is perfectly fine for Protoss. Juicy storm here on these Hydras. And only now discovering that this base exists here, but 4 cannons should be good enough to defend this, especially the probes getting pulled. This is a very good move here from Randir, basically blunting this entire attack and losing nothing for it. Zerg is trying very hard to bust this third base here, and it's not really going to work out. Goons are already here, ready to defend. And that's even assuming we could even get past the cannons. Zerg also doing an attack on the Protoss 4th Nexus. The Cracklings doing an insane amount of DPS, actually managing to kill it. Zerg already on Hive Tech. Ultraless Cavern finish. +1/+1. Is it +1/+1? What are the upgrades looking like? Alright, so Hydras. Hydras with 2-1 done. I don't really know what the melee attack looks like. But Protoss 3-0. We're not even going to bother with armor. We're going all out on attack. All out on attack. But, okay, this is starting to get a little bit scary for Randir because Zerg is starting to take the entire map. The whole map is starting to get taken over by Zerg. So Protoss, onus is kind of on Protoss to try and do something. Zerg is taking a lot of bases, but they are spread very thin, and their army is not very impressive. I think we only really have a couple Lings and Hydras. 4 Ultras and a Defiler is not going to be nearly enough to stop any kind of Protoss attack here. We do have a lot of creep colonies, but they have not been turned into Sunkens quite yet. So this base is actually kind of wide open. We have a decent amount of Hydras here, but not going to be enough to stop this attack. Meanwhile, all of our Ultras on the left-hand side, they don't even have speed yet, but they do have 2-2. So this is pretty good. All right, we're forcing our way up into this base, but we actually have most of our army not fighting here, so losing a lot of units for trading a lot of units very inefficiently. But okay, now the attack begins in earnest. Zealots in front, Dragoons behind, the Templar kind of slowly trickling in here. We have a lot of storm from these few Templar, a couple actually coming from the north side. I don't even know if that was on purpose, but this position gets completely broken through. And the Zerg is going to be forced to do a counterattack here. Where are these units going? I think we're going to try and attack into this base, but this SimCity is very gross. Like, we have cannons, and they're kind of behind an entire wall of structures, which is going to make it kind of difficult for these Ultras to get in. But honestly, 4 cannons should not be able to beat this. Unfortunately, I'm not sure if we can actually afford to lose this many units. Are 2 cannons here. Already one of the Ultras, I think, are going to go down. Yep. Down it goes. But the Protoss army is going to catch up pretty fast. We might be able to kill this Nexus. Maybe? I'm actually not sure about that. Maybe if we click it down, we can. But it's going to come at the cost of 4 Ultras. But the thing is, as long as Protoss doesn't push the advantage and keep attacking, Zerg walks away with a pretty hefty eco lead. But that's only assuming that Protoss doesn't do anything with this after killing 6 ultras. 5 ultras? 4 ultras? Yeah, I know my stream chimes when people message. I don't actually have a single idea where the chime comes from. Okay, actually, okay, I do know where the chime comes from. I think it comes from OBS Studio, but I have no idea how to disable it. I have no clue. All right, more ultras attacking into the Protoss. The Templar all storming at the same time, but unfortunately, Storm does not stack. Storm does not stack. Fortunately for the Protoss, ultras are not that good in this matchup. Unfortunately, we lost a lot of probes. We are only at 17 probes, and even though ultras don't trade particularly efficiently, we might just have such a crazy eco advantage at this point that we can just run over the Protoss. Ultras are not good. They don't. They didn't kill everything. They died. Fuzzy Branch, the secret to the dings is they ding usually after there's like 2 minutes-ish of no chatter. It doesn't ding continuously, it just dings after nobody talked for a little bit. And I'm fairly certain it comes from OBS. Yeah, it now works. And I'm fairly certain it comes from OBS because it certainly doesn't come from stream elements. It doesn't come from sound alerts. It doesn't come from Twitch alerts. I have no clue what else it could possibly come from. All I know is that if I have desktop audio turned off, you guys can't hear it. Yeah, that's it. All right, Protoss actually gonna try and bust the Zerg natural here. And Zerg just simply does not have the army to defend this. Yes, we have a Defiler, but unfortunately the Defiler not quite as good at defending as it is in Zerg versus Terran. Because, of course, Protoss has things that fight in melee range and do splash damage. So we're going to bust right through this base here. I think Zerg could GG here. But I don't know if we are going to because we have actually still a decent economy. So it sort of depends on how much Zerg value their main base. Theoretically, you could just rebuild every structure somewhere else. But if you're going to do that, you have to do that now. Before all of these things die. Because then you give Protoss basically just a window of like 2 minutes where you're unable to build any units. And that is more than enough to secure the victory for Randir. We do kill like a base here, and that's pretty good. We're actually doing quite a bit with this, with these random little Hydra attacks. Unfortunately, with 2 Reavers, there's no way you can bust this base now. This base is a permanent fixture of this map, and Zerg is just going to have to accept it. We're starting to really push in here, though. I think those were 3 plagued observers because they died immediately. Actually, we might be able to clean this up. Maybe? Possibly clean this up? Oh my gosh. There's no reason for us to use those storms. But I guess we want to kill this Sunken really bad with the goons. How did this Archon end up with 2 HP and like 60, 70 shield? How did that happen? But yeah, Zerg is in a very difficult spot right now. We're rebuilding our Ultra Cavern. I don't actually know if we can even afford Ultralisks at this point. We only have 34 drones. We do have a lot of bases though, so there's a lot of potential for economy. But we're not quite there yet. Meanwhile, our base is getting kind of shredded. And not in a good way. In a bad way. Oh my god, don't lose the shuttle to the Spore Colony! Oh, that was close. I think one more shot and this shuttle was literally dead. With 2 Reavers inside. A couple random Hydras here and there keep dying to the Protoss. I think it might be a not good rally. Yeah, Ultras are a bit of a get out of my game unit in Zerg versus Protoss. I could see NicePants feeling confident enough to go for Ultras because he expanded like pretty far. He played pretty greedy and mostly got away with it. But Ultras trade very inefficiently against Protoss. And they're only really good if you're so ahead that Protoss can't stop it based on pure math. All right, Randir moving up towards the north side. We're gonna try and kill this base here. It is, in fact, completely and utterly empty. But instead of doing that, we're trying to fight here. Ultimately, though, there's only one lurker here, so not a whole lot Zerg can really do to defend either of these bases. So this base will go down. Zerg going for a counterattack. These Ultras finally have speeds, and look at how fast they are. We're once again gonna try to attack into the bottom side. I think NicePants keeps thinking that there's like a base building here. Trying desperately to storm, actually killing a Hydra off of it. But once again, we're moving into the third. Wait a second. We're running out of money, actually, as Protoss. We have no money. Zerg might have this in the bag, actually. Because, okay, now that we killed most of the stuff in this base, where are our units? Oh, they're on the other side of the map. Wait, Zerg? Did Zerg just win this game? I feel like I missed something. Like I blinked and all of a sudden Protoss is just like completely dead. Like what happened? I think what happened is Zerg kept repeatedly denying this base. They have things in other bases as well. And even though Protoss kept attacking into here, they kept attacking into here, I don't think he knows there's a base here. And I think only now does the observer see. And I'm not sure Protoss knows there's a base here either. I think if Randir knew there were 2 bases there that were basically left unchecked, yeah, I don't know. I mean, we're going to try and push into this. There are 4 Sunkens on the high ground. That's so many Sunkens. And 4 Ultras here as well. So Zerg actually has a lot of defense here. Meanwhile, 5 Ultras also kind of running around causing havoc on the bottom side here. We're going to do a little bit of a flanking maneuver. And I think the Protoss army might just barely die here. And we have no money to reinforce. This might be over. I think it might be over for Protoss. We're long distance mining from here. Yeah, now we're getting into the natural, and Randir calls it GG. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I want to check real quick how many games we have left, and then go into a short break. We, in fact, have 5 games left. Oh, so strap in. We got some more Starcraft. But for now, we're going to go into a short break.
Yeah, testing 1 2 1 2. There's a little something you, a little biatch.
Watch my 3-3 C-chain go bang. Wa-da-da-dang, wa-da-da-da-dang. Watch my 3-3 C-chain go bang. Wa-da-da-dang, wa-da-da-da-dang. Tearing haters to be craters, tosses all up in my shit. Playing scared, you know you're dead. Going straight for architect, that bitch boy tried to end it quick. 8-bit goons with 8 right click. T-H-E-K-H-A-L-A, that is where y'all at so late. Tearing haters in my face, trying to win with proxy gate. I scout your game, I bunker main. All your cowards leave the game. Your Zerglin rushers think they slick, knowing that they micro shit. All your lurkers wrecked and pissed. Gotta build a rushing bitch. Link my way, I simply say, build a wall to make them pay. Talking smack up in the chatter, radiate your ass, bitch. I push out my base at 9, then all of you suckers die. I'm sieging my fucking tank and stealing your fucking rank. So watch my 3-3 C-chain go bang. Wa-da-da-dang, wa-da-da-da-dang. Watch my 3-3 C-chain go bang. Wa-da-da-dang, wa-da-da-da-dang.
There's a little something for you, you little biatch. Yeah, testing 1 2 1 2. There's a little something for you, little biatch.
Watch my 3-3 C-chain go bang. Wa-da-da-dang, wa-da-da-da-dang. Watch my 3-3 C-chain go bang. Wa-da-da-dang, wa-da-da-da-dang. Tearing haters to be craters, tosses all up in my shit. Playing scared, you know you're dead. Going straight for architect, that bitch boy tried to end it quick. 8-bit goons with 8 right click. T-H-E-K-H-A-L-A, that is where y'all at so late. Tearing haters in my face, trying to win with proxy gate. I scout your game, I bunker main. All your cowards leave the game. Your Zerglin rushers think they slick, knowing that they micro shit. All your lurkers wrecked and pissed. Gotta build a rushing bitch. Link my way, I simply say, build a wall to make them pay. Talking smack up in the chatter, radiate your ass, bitch. I push out my base at 9, then all of you suckers die. I'm sieging my fucking tank and stealing your fucking rank. So watch my 3-3 C-chain go bang. Wa-da-da-dang, wa-da-da-da-dang. Watch my 3-3 C-chain go bang. Wa-da-da-dang, wa-da-da-da-dang.
There's a little something for you, you little biatch. Yeah, testing 1 2 1 2. There's a little something for you, little biatch.
Watch my 3-3 C-chain go bang. Wa-da-da-dang, wa-da-da-da-dang. Watch my 3-3 C-chain go bang. Wa-da-da-dang, wa-da-da-da-dang. Tearing haters to be craters, tosses all up in my shit. Playing scared, you know you're dead. Going straight for architect, that bitch boy tried to end it quick. 8-bit goons with 8 right click. T-H-E-K-H-A-L-A, that is where y'all at so late. Tearing haters in my face, trying to win with proxy gate. I scout your game, I bunker main. All your cowards leave the game. Your Zerglin rushers think they slick, knowing that they micro shit. All your lurkers wrecked and pissed. Gotta build a rushing bitch. Link my way, I simply say, build a wall to make them pay. Talking smack up in the chatter, radiate your ass, bitch. I push out my base at 9, then all of you. What's up, chat? I think that entire last game, I had the wrong people on my scoreboard. Oops. Anyways, we're not going to think about that because I'm going to update the scoreboard right now. Here we go. Spawning on the top side of Dominator. We have Stifle. Thanks for the follow. Spawning on the right side of Dominator. It is NicePants. NicePants. Nice pants, bro. Okay. Alright, so we saw a little bit of NicePants' ZVP last game. We saw the way Randir plays ZVP. Randir does seem to be the more aggressive Protoss out of the two. That's so far been my impression of him. And it's mostly because Stifle played that Protoss versus Terran the greediest way possible. Nexus first, one gate into double expand. Off of 3 gates. I wonder what Stifle is going to do this time. All right, Forge first. We're not doing Nexus first anymore. I mean, good thing too. NicePants going for the spawning pool. Oh, hey, Ron John. How are you doing, man? It's been a while since I've spoken to you. Look at how we're denying this base. This is so gross. Stifle. Forcing NicePants to take the other third. Yeah, you watch this and you're like, wow, this is just like Starcraft 2. The probe blocking the Zerg natural, so now they have to take a third base. Nothing changed. It's been 25 years and everything's still the same. Stifle playing this fairly safe, actually, compared to the last game. Going for cannon before Nexus. And NicePants kind of getting away with it a little bit. Only building 2 lings. Finally, the Nexus goes down, but not before the Zerg gets their third hatchery started. And everything else looking extremely standard. Gateway now up. Okay, I'm sort of looking at this setup right now. This is the most Artosis pylon wall off for Protoss I've ever seen. If NicePants goes for a Hydra bust, he could probably just kill this pylon. Like, what if NicePants just went for a 973 and this was the only pylon in the wall? Like, you can hit this pylon without hitting the cannon, I think maybe even without Hydra range. Maybe. I'm not sure if this is even going to be relevant because I don't think NicePants is going for a Hydra bust. He might be going once again for 5 hatch Hydra, but even if you remember the last game, his 5 hatch Hydra was very Hydra light. He didn't try to like build up a million Hydras and attack. He just kind of built enough Hydras where he felt safe from Protoss aggression. So we might not take advantage of this Artosis pylon. Yeah, hope RT raids me. It would be quite fitting if I got raided by Artosis and we immediately saw Stifle lose to an Artosis pylon. But we'll see. He might. He's Protoss, you know, never punished, right? Like, NicePants would actually have to commit to a Hydra bust for this to come into effect. Stargate coming out at a good time. Second gateway as well. Well, it's actually a third gateway because we have one here. Meanwhile, NicePants, once again. Creep colonies. One at each base. We don't want to die to any kind of zealot weirdness. Honestly, I think it's a little bit premature, especially since we have vision of their front. We know how many zealots they're building. And we know they're not moving out. Generally speaking, if you see a zealot move out, you can just kind of build lings in reaction to it. You don't necessarily, at this stage of the game, need the Sunkens ready, especially since they're not going to have speed. But honestly, it's fine to also just play safe, as long as you don't play overly safe. Stifle out with his first Corsair, gonna kill this Overlord. But what he really needs to do is to go out onto the map and see what's up. See what the Zerg is doing. Wait, was that Corsair on patrol? Unfortunately, I think Stifle might be playing a little bit blind here. Luckily for him, Zerg is not doing anything weird. They're actually playing quite defensive. Actually going for creep colonies rather than anything else. But here we go. We're going to come into the main. Let's see what we spot. Hatchery. Defense. Another hatchery. A Hydra den. You see this and you're like, okay, 5 hatch Hydra. I should not be worried about mutas, most importantly. So there's no need to get cannons in my main. But I should be careful to get Storm out on time. Because Zerg might suddenly decide to play really aggressively with a lot of Hydras. And look, some of these Hydras are already moving out on the map. Although I'm not sure if we really have the numbers to be able to do this. There are Zealots out on the map as well. I think 12 of them. They don't quite have speed yet. But this is still a scary amount of Zealots. He might actually catch these Hydras. No, we do notice it and we pull back. Good thing about NicePants' is defensive gameplay is that there is no way these Zealots are able to do any damage. No way. Behind this, though, Protoss getting their third. We're opting to take the gasless third. Interesting choice. No, we're double expanding, actually. Stifle and his double expanding. He loves it. He loves it. So 12 slow Zealots now moving up onto this ramp. We do actually have +1, which is really good. But now the Hydras are starting to reinforce. And these Zealots are not actually getting a whole lot of damage done. Au contraire, these Corsairs are. In fact, I think they might be able to kill 4 Overlords from this, which is a lot of damage. And because we don't have Scourge, it might be a little bit hard to keep these Corsairs in check. And that is exactly why you want to go Spire normally in Zerg versus Protoss. Because you don't have the Scourge or the Mutas to deal with these Corsairs. Anyways, we're moving out onto the map here. We have no defense. I wonder if Zerg can just like attack into here and kill everything. We do snipe the cannon, but the Zealots are out onto the field. Not going to be enough to deal with this amount of Hydras though. And I think Protoss might actually just be dead. We didn't even need to abuse the Artosis pylon. We just came in here and there weren't any cannons. This might actually just be GG. I'm not sure what you can do as Protoss. GG gets called by Stifle. Yeah, there's no storm. That's a little unfortunate. Yeah, no storm, but double Nexus. Yeah, there's no way. There's no way. All right, on to the next game. Let me just get it set up. All right, for our next game, we have a bit of Zerg versus Terran action going on, which I know is always a fan favorite. Without further ado, we have Seventhnadir spawning on the 11 o'clock position, and NicePants at the 3 o'clock position. Am I excited for ASL finals next week? Yes, but I actually have not been keeping up with ASL this year. I'm actually quite behind in terms of ASL. I'm still going through the matches from last year. So I'm not sure if I'll be watching it live. Oh yeah? Ah, all right. I'm excited. I want to see. Okay. NicePants versus Seventhnadir. I sort of wonder if Seventhnadir is going to pull something weird again. Like, the 2 factory contain was definitely unorthodox. I love crazy games, by the way. Especially at the pro level when they like... It's like... Okay, at the lower level, quote-unquote crazy games are like just like someone cheeses and like the other person barely holds it and it's like a knife's edge kind of thing. I feel like at the pro level, cheeses become like so high IQ that it doesn't even make sense. Like that one guy who tried to proxy inside, I think, Rush's base, and he did it by like checking the minerals and like trying to sneak a probe into the base and not having the probe be discovered by just like checking the minerals and counting, like checking the number at the minerals. And if the number was like low, or not low, but if the number was like not 1500, he's like, ah, the base is here. And then just like sneaking the probe around and start proxying. But it literally didn't work because Rush didn't just happen to not mine from that mineral patch for no reason. Like it was the optimal mineral patch to mine from and he didn't mine from it. And so he proxied in the wrong base. I don't know if you remember that. That was like from a couple ASLs ago. I think that was ASL 18, but I'm not sure. But okay. Terran scouts, we see the hatchery, so we're pretty comfortable just taking our base now. Bit of an interesting supply depot placement here. I think it's a little bit in the way of the barracks, but shouldn't cause too many problems. Meanwhile, Zerg getting their 3rd hatchery, going for a 2.5 hatch play rather than the more standard 2 hatch. 2.5 hatch mostly just means you have more larvae for drones and you have more larvae for lings. But your spire is going to be a little bit later as a result. Spire is going to be a little late. This, for the most part, counters Academy Rush, which is the most standard possible thing to do as Terran. Terran does not seem to be going for an Academy Rush. In fact, I actually don't recognize this build at all. This might just be a non-build. Going for eBay at a very early time, but off of 2 barracks, it's a little odd. Could work. But if this is a fast +1, then it kind of soft counters what NicePants is doing. Fast +1 builds are good against 3-hatch Muta. Mostly because Zerg is sort of delaying their tech. And when you move out, you have a much bigger bio ball, so Lings become much less of a threat, right? So when you go for 3-hatch Muta, you can have more Lings out on the map, and that basically can just destroy the 2 racks Academy move out. But no, instead we're going for some kind of +1 build. Academy now finally coming up. The thing that kind of worries me about 7th's build here is his comm stats are going to be very late. So he's going to be playing in the dark for a really long time. If NicePants was doing a lurk rush, this is a disaster. This would be a huge disaster. Fortunately, that is not what NicePants is doing. NicePants is just going Muta. Oh. This again. This again, NicePants. We're really doing this again. So we saw NicePants do this against Manshark to a varying degree of success. I actually think Manshark would have won that game if he just kind of kept playing. But, you know, kind of understandable. That was a bit of a weird position to play from. And I also get that he was a bit tilted. But what I'm trying to say is I don't think this build is very good. I really don't like 2 base Ultra. Like 2 base style Crazy Zerg. I'm not a fan of it. I think it's just like you're basically banking everything on your Ultra attack. Like, and if it doesn't work, you die. Right? And like it's kind of all in a way. Okay. Only 2 sunken colonies finished, but a 3rd one now done. And this should be able to drive this back. Seventhnadir needs to be pretty careful not to lose too many units to this because he's gonna need it later for when the ultras come. Building a bunch of turrets here. Interesting turret placement. I think this is a very exploitable turret placement, but for some reason, NicePants opting not to build any mutas this game. We see 1 muta, 2 mutas. Okay, never mind. We are building mutas. They're just really late. Okay, I saw NicePants do this the last game too. Just like random creep colony in the mineral line. Not really sure what its purpose is. Maybe to prevent drops on the back line? Possibly? But we'll see. NicePants droning up, only on 2 base still. And the Ultraless Cavern is down. Man, only 3 mutas out on the map. You're basically letting Seventhnadir get away with murder. Like, he has 4 turrets in total. 4. 4 turrets is nowhere near enough to defend this base from like an actual muta attack. But because NicePants only built 3 mutas, he's gonna get away with it. Alright, so we scout NicePants' main base. We see the Ultra Cavern building. The correct response here is to just keep massing up bio and making sure that we're not falling behind in upgrades. Because if we want to do a tank push, at this point it's too late. At this point it is far too late. Ultras will be out by the time our tanks, like our second tank even, pops out. Five racks now producing, wait, 2 more factories being built. Are we going like 3 factory tank? Because I don't think that's very good against Ultra. Tanks, surprisingly, are not good against Ultra. The thing that's good against Ultra are Marines and Irradiate, which makes no sense because Marines do like 3 damage to Ultras. But the problem with tanks is Ultras just get on top of them like so fast. And tanks are actually quite fragile as well. Alright, Seventhnadir moving out with a very, very large bio ball. I think this might even be like almost 3 control groups of Marines. But the Ultras are already out, and we are continuing to reinforce our defenses here. I think there is no way Seventhnadir will be able to bust this. This is way too many Sunkens. Maybe if it was only Sunkens and no units, he could do it. But with the way this stands, 6 Sunkens is like an insane amount of Sunkens. But honestly, just camping out here is not a bad idea. It's not the worst idea. Because if you do this, then you basically intercept any drones that move out from this base. And also you sort of force an engagement outside of their natural without like any kind of surround possibility. Alright, it looks like Zerg is kind of starting to prepare something. Oh, our first tank is in fact out, and once the tank comes, then the Ultras are going to go on the attack. +3 upgrades versus +1 is actually going to favor the Terran by quite a bit, but the Bio Ball just isn't big enough to stand against the might of the Ultralisk here. It's a little bit unfortunate, and now the Defiler is also out. I feel like this fight would have been even better if the Zerg simply patiently waited for the Defiler to come out and then threw down a Dark Swarm immediately. But okay, this attack does in fact get the Zerg out of their little pinch here. Unfortunately for the Zerg, I'm not sure if these 4 Ultras can end the game, and they kind of have to. They kind of have to. It sort of depends on how Terran takes this engagement. So Irradiate does go down, but the Irradiate is unfortunately going to help the Ultra a little bit more than it is going to hurt it. Oh my god, actually, I forgot about the Defiler. The Defiler comes in, places the Dark Swarm down. And this is very painful for Terran to deal with. There's still 1 Ultra alive, but we do have Siege Tanks, and Siege Tanks kind of go through Dark Swarm. The way Dark Swarm is kind of weird because... the way Dark Swarm works is kind of weird because direct attacks don't go through, but splash damage does. So when the Terran shoots with his tank, only the splash damage portion of the tank shot hits. But it looks like Zerg... I think Zerg kind of has this in the bag. I don't know. I don't know about you guys. Because the Defiler at his base is just... it's just too strong. Alright. Dark Swarm going down on the ramp. Going to prevent this Ultralisk from dying. 1 more gets put on the Siege Tank. The Siege Tank is going to go down. And now that the Zerg is inside the Terran's base, we've officially and completely run out of options. GG, Seventhnadir calls it and leaves the game. All right. Back to more Terran versus Protoss. Here we go. Randir spawning on the... So far, I feel like almost every game has been one person spawns on 11 o'clock and another person spawns on 3 o'clock. I don't know if it's just... Am I crazy? Am I insane? For thinking, like... Is that just how it works? Anyways, I really gotta memorize these hotkeys. So it's like Alt-Y... and Alt-U. Okay. Okay. Let's see how Seventhnadir plays Terran versus Protoss. For some reason, I'm expecting 2-fact. I don't know about you guys, but I am expecting Seventhnadir to not pull off gas and build 2 factories. Already, we're putting our depot very far down, which is interesting. Where's the barracks gonna go? I'm intrigued. Protoss opening with gate expand. I'm pretty sure that is what Randir did last game. I think he played it, for the most part, pretty safe. Gate into Goon. And then like Templar Arbiter stuff. Seventhnadir opting for the not SimCity. So if Randir built a Zealot, this game would be over in 3 minutes. But luckily for 7th, there is no Zealot. It's going to be Goons. So both players are going to scout each other first. Cybernetics Core on the way. Second pylon on the way. Factory on the way. Gas still mining. So second factory? Second factory coming? Are we going to do it? Are we going to make a second factory? Is this going to be 2-fact? That's what I want to know. Come on, 7th. It's time to put your second factory down. Oh, we pulled off gas! We just forgore. We just forgore. Simply forgore. Alright. The probe gets caught here, but we know... We can reasonably assume from this Terran's going to expand. Sometimes they don't, and they just bring the worker out to trick you. But I think in this case, Seventhnadir is looking to take his second base. Bunker being put down. Vulture now out on the field and immediately into machine shop. It does look like it's going to be Vulture Mines is what I'm guessing. And Seventhnadir doing a good job putting his Vulture immediately out onto the field. It is going to be Vulture Mines. I wonder if he's going to try the same thing as one of the Terrans tried in one of our first games from Group 30, where he places the mines kind of right outside of their natural. I feel like Seventhnadir, it looks like he's posturing for a much more standard use of the mines, which is just to detect with, like, the third, pretty much. First Dragoon already out. Gonna probably start harassing this bunker soon. Basically the second cybernetics core range for the goon finishes. You're gonna want to start hitting that bunker right away. This just essentially wastes the Terran's attention and their money, because you have to use money to repair the bunker. First mine laid out on the first third base. Second vulture actually somehow manages to sneak in here, but only gets one probe. Oh my god, we have to be careful with this tank. We don't want to lose it. Oh no. Alright, first tank goes down. That's always, always painful to see as Terran. Oh, we just barely saved that goon as well. So far, Randir in a very, very... He should be feeling himself right now. Like, feeling good about himself. This is, like, you got a tank basically for free. You got a marine kind of for free, but that matters a lot less. You know what I'm saying. Come on. I'm glad you are, Manshark. Okay, 2 gates are out. Observer out. Nexus being built. In fact, I think this Nexus might have been a little bit early. So we're actually financially in a very good spot as Randir. Seventhnadir. Oh, I guess they're both deers. 2 of them. 2 deers in one group. But yeah, Seventhnadir getting his 3rd factory down now. I wonder if he's gonna go for the 3 triple add-on factory like we saw Manshark do. Alright. I'm not sure what that noise was, but I feel like some building just got canceled. Yeah. But okay, we have tanks sieged up at the naturals, so Protoss should not be able to really do anything here. Theoretically, shouldn't. We do have 7 goons though, which is not an insignificant number of them. But 2 tanks in siege mode as well as vultures should be more than enough to fend off any kind of aggression that Protoss might want to do. I think Protoss probably just wants to sit in an arc outside of Terran's main, or not main, outside of Terran's natural, and just kind of prevent them from expanding, which is just as annoying. Probably more annoying. Protoss! 2 cannons being built at the 3rd base, going to defend against any kind of vulture harass that Terran might try to put on. Meanwhile, Randir also has a probe at the prospective 4th location, but the mine is going to be there to stop it. 4th factory coming up for 7th, as well as some turrets. This turret is in the perfect spot to block the add-on, and if Terran gets an add-on on his other factory, that would effectively block that factory from being able to produce units. So I wonder where Seventhnadir is going to put his 3rd add-on. I'm also wondering if tanks can go past this gap. If the tank cannot go past this gap, we're cooked. We're so cooked if tanks can't go past this. Dominator main layout is rough. Alright, Seventhnadir pushing out very carefully. Making sure to leapfrog his tanks upwards. I think he's going to be positioning to take this base. Alright, I really gotta see. Can vultures slip past here? I'm pretty sure vultures can. I just don't know if siege tanks can. All right, vultures are fine. Vultures are fine. Oh my god, this mine actually did not block the Nexus at all. That's a little bit unfortunate. But we did spot that it was going down. So this is still good information for 7th. And sneaking the vulture up and killing the probe is also very annoying for Protoss to deal with. So overall, good moves all around. This SCV is in position to take the 3rd base for 7th. Unfortunately, his army is a little bit out of position, so if he plops down the command center and then Protoss decides randomly that this is when he wants to attack, it's not very good for Terran. It's not very good for Terran. You want to do a little bit of setup. Vultures come up. They do spot the goons there, and then the instant cancel on the command center. We know we can't defend this without the siege tanks coming up. Yeah, this is the other thing I hate about Dominator. Like, this is so gross that you can just, like, sit goons here and just, like, start hammering away at the random structures that Terran has kind of a little bit too far out. But I think Seventhnadir, he's in a little bit of trouble right now. He still hasn't taken a 3rd base. And right now, both of his mineral patches are starting to run dry. I think he's basically ran through half of his current economy right now. Half of his potential economy. But the good thing is, Randir's not doing a particularly good job of trying to contest this. We have a decent flank from the south side, but these goons went in without Zealot support and suffered a lot of casualties as a result, and only now do the Zealots try to come in before all dying. So Randir tried to make a bit of a play to attack into here, unfortunately not working out for him. This actually evens out the supply for both players, which you never want as Protoss. Alright, vultures get destroyed here. And Seventhnadir decides to try to expand up towards this high ground. This leaves this high ground kind of exposed. But as Terran, you kind of need all your army in one place, especially if you're going to do something aggressive with them. Vulture trying to do a little bit of a sneaky backstab here, but 2 cannons are enough to delay this for a pretty long time. Now that the Dragoons have come in to reinforce, the Vultures will be forced to retreat. Oh my god, these mines. These mines, man. And now Terran inadvertently ran into the Protoss 4th base. Or 5th base, actually. I think that might be the 5th. But Randir, even despite losing a lot of units in the last engage, has more or less taken his lead back. Probably just off of his good macro, right? He has 9 gates continuously pumping out units. 5th base, probably going to get started on mining soon. And he just sort of has goons everywhere, mine-sweeping duty. So Seventhnadir actually pushing out with the tanks that he has. This is a pretty scary force, actually, and he catches the Protoss kind of disjointed here. A whole bunch of goons just kind of out by themselves, and now a bunch of Zealots attacking him with no support. The goons are all on the bottom side here, but the tanks siege up and start splashing themselves with damage, and Protoss actually ends up winning this engagement despite its inefficiency. All right, a couple vultures try to be a little bit sneaky here. Not really doing a whole lot. 6th and 7th factory are all the way back here. Oh my god. And I see the traffic jam already being threatened a little bit. The throughput of this base. So far, not super impeded by the SimCity, but once again, add-on here is death. You cannot add on here. So the only other choice for the 3rd add-on is here. Seventhnadir out with the vultures, trying to lay as many mines as he can. Just get some map control and map vision using this, because you always want to know where the Protoss army is and where they're planning on attacking from. So as a response, Randir is forced to bring his goons around to do a bit of minesweeping action. Play a bit of Minesweeper. Once again, though, Randir's army is pretty far spread out. I think if Seventhnadir goes for another push like that, he could catch an army once again kind of off guard. A bunch of zealots actually going to accompany this probe, try to escort it into a base-making location. Unfortunately, it isn't successful. 2 random vultures just kind of hanging out on the left-hand side do in fact pick it off, and zealots, of course, not a very good choice if you want to try to break a position that's being held by vultures. Seventhnadir, being a little bit cheeky with his vulture micro here, does manage to kill all of the zealots that are attacking him. Meanwhile, Randir is sending more and more zealots down to the bottom right or bottom left side. I don't know if I like this move, because vultures, their main purpose is to kill zealots because that's what they're good at, right? There are no tanks here. So you're essentially trying to smash into a rock with paper. It's just not really working out. I guess it'll eventually work just because there's like, you have so many zealots, but this was very inefficient. This is not an efficient trade at all. Sorry, I mean with scissors. You're trying to smash into rock with scissors. I keep forgetting paper beats rock somehow. In what universe does paper actually beat rock? Like, it just covers it? Like, great job, paper. Like, what are you gonna do afterwards? Why doesn't paper beat scissors? Can't paper also cover scissors? Like, it doesn't make any sense. Anyways, I'm just saying, you're trying to attack into the direct counter of the unit that you're using. Yeah, we need to reskin rock, paper, scissors. Make it something else. No, if you're reskinning it, it costs money. You need to buy the skin. What do you mean if it's had its mobility restricted by paper? Rocks have mobility? In what? Since when? Unless you're referencing SpongeBob SquarePants driving around the rock. Do you guys remember that episode? This is a lot of vultures, and even though vultures kind of take forever to kill a Nexus, we're actually busy laying mines. We might not be able to kill this. Yeah, goons are very good against vultures. All right, Seventhnadir actually moving out here. Once again, sieging on top of his own mines. This is always an extremely anxiety-inducing move whenever I see Terrence do that. And he might get punished for it. These Zealots are going to make it to the front line here, and they are going to explode a lot of these mines. Luckily, these two tanks got saved by the stasis. So this is not really working out for Protoss. All right, Randir forced to retreat, and at this point, Seventhnadir could try to keep pushing. But unfortunately, unlike the previous game, Randir did not actually trade that inefficiently. So his army supply is still ahead. Coming forward with the Arbiters, getting another good stasis off on these tanks. But Protoss is kind of losing army, and they're losing army fast. Probably faster than they can even replace them. This is allowing Terran to really shoot up ahead in supply. They're not actually, like, ahead, but if your supply is even, Protoss is winning. For sure, 100%. All right, this is a pretty good engagement from the Protoss here. Even a mine going off on one of these tanks, and this area is being completely overrun. The stasis actually expires here, so these tanks become active once again, but there is no vulture support for this. Well, okay, so there's no vulture support for Seventhnadir, but there's also no zealot support for Randir. So they're both just like two completely unsupported armies going at each other. And unfortunately, Terran siege tanks beat Dragoons. We're bleeding so many units actually as Randir. But 7th also doesn't have a whole lot of units to work with either. I fear that if we push out too far, we might just like completely lose this army. Especially since like half the army's here actually. We're very slowly reinforcing this this position that we took here on this high ground. The Protoss getting a little bit tripped up by this sort of weird terrain here. That's exactly what the Terran wanted. I mean, we got a couple of Zealots for free, and I think this push might actually be a very, very scary push for Protoss. We'll see how he deals with it. We'll see how he deals with it, and we'll see if Seventhnadir manages to reinforce it properly. Unfortunately for 7th, we've completely run out of minerals here. We've completely run out of minerals here. And this mineral base has like 3 SCVs not mining. But here we go. We're going for another attack. 4 Arbiters are on the field. A lot of stasis is going down. Not that many tanks left. And I fear that this will be cleaned up by the Protoss. Seventhnadir's push getting completely blunted here. And with the reinforcing Zealots, this should be a fairly simple cleanup for Randir. HH? Is he? Yeah. Seventhnadir calls GG. Okay. Twitch wants to do an ad break. So we're going to take a short break once again. Hold on. We're going to take another short break. How many games do we have left? We have 2 games left to show you guys. All right, 2 games left. Thank God. I'm like starting to lose my voice. I feel like I may have overestimated my ability to do a 4+ hour cast. It's because I saw the first group and I was like, this first group, there's not a whole lot of people here. Or this is only like an hour long. I could probably do another group. So I just like did the second group too. Anyways, give me like a minute.
Yeah, test the 1 2 1 2. There's a little something for you, a little biatch.
Watch my 3 C-chain go back. Wa-da-da-dang, wa-da-da-da-dang. Watch my 3 C-chain go back. Wa-da-da-dang, wa-da-da-da-dang. Tearing haters to be craters, tosses all up in my shit. Playing scared, you know you're dead. Going straight for arm attack, that bitch boy tried to end it quick. 8-bit goons with 8 right click. T-H-E-K-H-A-L-A, that is where y'all at so late. Tearing haters in my face, trying to win with proxy gate. I scout your game, I bunker main. All your cowards leave the game. Your Zerglin rushers think they slick, knowing that they micro shit. All your lurkers wrecked in piss. Gotta build a rushing bitch. Link my way, I simply say, build a wall to make them pay. Talking smack up in the chatter, radiate your ass, bitch. I push out my base at 9, then all of you suckers die. I'm sieging my fucking tank and stealing your fucking rank. So watch my 3 C-chain go bang. Wa-da-da-dang, wa-da-da-da-dang. Watch my 3 C-chain go bang. Wa-da-da-dang, wa-da-da-da-dang.
There's a little something for you, you little biatch. Yeah, test the 1 2 1 2. There's a little something for you, a little biatch.
Watch my 3 C-chain go bang. Wa-da-da-dang, wa-da-da-da-dang. Watch my 3 C-chain go bang. Wa-da-da-dang, wa-da-da-da-dang. Tearing haters to be craters, tosses all up in my shit. Playing scared, you know you're dead. Going straight for arm attack, that bitch boy tried to end it quick. 8-bit goons with 8 right click. T-H-E-K-H-A-L-A, that is where y'all at so late. Tearing haters in my face. All right, guys. Let's start to wrap it up. Up next, we have yet another Terran versus Protoss. Are you guys ready? Yeah. Spawning on the top side. I'm going to change the colors. Once again, the 11 o'clock position. It's always the 11 o'clock position for some reason. We got Stifle. And on the 3 o'clock position, it is, of course, Seventhnadir. So we saw a little bit about how Seventhnadir plays his Terran versus Protoss in the last game, which is fairly standard. 5 factory into attempt to take an expansion, although the expansion was a little bit late, I have to say. Nonetheless, that just seemed to be the way Seventhnadir chooses to play this matchup, which is unfortunately the hardest way to play Terran versus Protoss. The much easier way to play is if you go 2 factory, 1 base attack, or 6 factory, 2 base attack. But you know what? I appreciate the resolve to play Terran versus Protoss the way the pros play it. It is hard, but we don't do things because they're easy. We do things because they're hard. Okay. I've definitely made that joke. I've definitely made that saying before, and people have clipped it out of context, but that's fine. Once again, going for the non-SimCity But this time, it's possible that Stifle is not going to let him get away with it. Because we do have our second pylon basically done. So it might mean we're building a zealot. Are we building a zealot? Maybe not. Never mind. Never punished. Never punished. Yeah, unfortunately this wall doesn't work. It has to be depot on the right, barracks on the left. That is not SimCity, I'm afraid. So, depot on top of barracks is a perfectly tight wall. Depot below the barracks, I think zealots can go through. I mean, if you can move an SCV between these two, it means that a zealot could also go through. Yeah, the way you use SimCity is depot on the right, barracks on the left. That's the only way it works. So if you find yourself dying to zealot rushes, that might be why. Uh-oh. Looks like Stifle decided to build one after all, but very extremely late, actually. Late enough that you already have 4 Marines and a bunker finished. So I don't think it's actually going to do anything. Never punished. Now it is 7th's turn to be greedy with the command center at 21. Stifle is going to get his Nexus a bit after. So I wonder why Stifle this time around decided to go for a much more regular build, but for some reason against Manshark he does the most insane, greediest thing ever. Like 12 Nexus 1 gate is probably the greediest thing you could do as Protoss without immediately dying to literally any pressure. Oh my god, he might be greedy again. Is he gonna get his Nexus at 5 minutes? There's no way. There's no way. Taking a lot of damage on these goons, actually. So this siege tank actually dishing out the pain. Yeah, we got our Nexus at like 510. Oh my god, that is greedy. Oh. Oh, that is so greedy. Do we punish this? Nope, we went for we went for siege mode first. Unfortunately, that does not punish 5-minute Nexus. By the way, if you do like 2 factory 3 tank push, this instantly kills Stifle. Like, he's just dead if you do that. And I don't mean like 2 fact as in like 2 fact off 1 base. I mean like 2 fact off of 2 base. So you're actually not even that all in. 2 fact off 2 base is not even supposed to be like an all in attack. It's just kind of a pressure build to keep the Protoss honest. But yeah, Nexus at 5 minutes, 100% dies to it. 100,000,000% dies immediately. But okay, double gateway being built behind this. So there's like a very short window to punish this, and I don't think Terran is going to punish it. 3rd factory being built. Terran Academy as well. Gonna go for Comsat soon. Now, the way I normally like to lay out stuff in Dominator is I like to put all my factories here, and everything else I attempt to put up here. It works decently. I think this side is the best base for layout. I think I dislike this base, and I dislike this base even more. Actually, no. I don't know which one I like worse. I might have to think about that. All I know is this one's the best. This one's the most straightforward. Production here, everything else here. So Stifle doing a little bit of the same thing as Randir, deciding to try and camp a little bit outside of 7th's base. Of course, if 7th tries to move out with any vultures or anything like that, they have this path to sneak by because Stifle is not actually doing a full blockade. This is like a partial blockade where he just like occupies the high ground. But here we go. I think Seventhnadir might be looking to do something a little bit aggressive now. He's pushing out with 5 tanks, and Stifle doesn't have that many units. The first Zealot actually gets on top of one of the tanks, and the splash damage kills one of them immediately. But I think this should be a wake-up call for Stifle. He does not have a very good unit count. But unfortunately, Seventhnadir also doesn't have a very good worker count. Only 31 SCVs. So Stifle should be able to pull ahead in terms of economy very, very quickly. And this is why it's hard to push as Terran on this map, because there's so many high grounds that the Protoss can kind of sit on and engage you from like an advantageous position. Meanwhile, Stifle is only on 3 base right now. So economically, he's not actually doing that good. We're actually building a turret like right underneath an observer. But we do actually catch that in time, and the observer moves out of the way. 2 shots remaining, but this turret actually ends up finishing it. Yeah, I know. What a twist. Templar Archives coming up. It looks like Stifle wants to go for some kind of storm-based play. Shuttle already out. And Probe about to take this Nexus. But not before Terran takes his 3rd first. So purely in terms of bases, Terran is doing well, but unfortunately he's not quite keeping up with the SCV production, and that's really hurting his economy. See, Stifle here, he's even floating quite a bit of money, but despite his the amount that he's floating, he's actually skyrocketed to like 40 supply ahead, 50 supply ahead actually, 50 supply. 136 to 75 is very Protoss favored. That's quite Protoss favored. I think you want it to be something more like 130 to like 100. And Protoss is being very annoying right now, just kind of occupying every single high ground, making it super difficult for Terran to try to push through anything like that. And the observer ring is starting to form. We're missing a little path here, but this observer ring sees here, like, we got 3 observers here, which we don't need 3 of them, but for the most part, we can see what Terran's doing. The only thing we can't see is the factory count, which is kind of important. You kind of want to know how many factories Terran is on, but you're mostly past the danger point at this stage of the game. Because you should just kind of assume Terran has 6 to 8 factories. And we'll probably try to push you soon. Probably. Seventhnadir sending a bunch of vultures out to probably try and get some harassment damage. But two cannons have already been built here. Stifle chasing a bunch of vultures with zealots, which you almost never want to do. But now, finally, he is starting to mine from this third. So the mine-sweeping squad has started to roam around the map, clearing out mines as they go. See you later, Manshark. GG's. And this has sort of caused Seventhnadir to move his tanks out of position. A huge line of vultures. I think this might even be like 2 control groups. No, it's exactly 12. But they actually end up sneaking into this base here, and it's going to wreak havoc on this probe line. Oh my god. The mine detonates in the middle of that probe line, killing like more zealots than probes actually there. That was incredible. Good move from Seventhnadir, but he does in fact lose every vulture for it. And now the supply differential has really become very significant. Unfortunately for 7th, Stifle actually, I think, overbuilt probes a little bit. So having a bunch of probes die there might have actually been good for him. But yeah, at this point, Stifle is going true gateway man. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 gates. And no arbiter tech or carriers in sight. So we got a whole bunch of vultures just killing these cannons here, which I think usually isn't worth it unless you can guarantee you get a couple probe kills. But because this is so close to the rally point, I think it's almost never worth it to try and attack through here. Vultures spot this nexus. Excuse me. But wisely decide to retreat. Oh my god, we're trying to jump the vultures through. Oh, we just barely don't get it. Oh, that's unfortunate. Meanwhile, Stifle going for a huge attack here. There are no vultures to support this army, so I think he might just bust through and completely wipe out Seventhnadir's tank force. This was a costly attack, but it does manage to kill every single tank. And when all of your tanks go down, as Terran, you know you're in a bunch of trouble. But a couple tanks actually coming from the north side here, they were left untouched. Sieging up now. There are only really Dragoons left in this army, but even the Dragoons are enough to clear up these tanks because there's no support from any kind of vultures. And now Protoss is free to just kind of hammer away at this base. And Seventhnadir deciding to GG. All right. And on to our last game of the night. We're going to end this off on a Protoss versus Protoss. That's right. It is Stifle versus Randir. And we'll see how this goes. Yeah, this was a tough group. Honestly, like, Stifle is a really good player, and he has a lot of what I call residual skill from playing a lot of Starcraft 2. So it's like a lot of that transfers over. But yeah, honestly, everyone in this group is a tough opponent. NicePants, he's pretty good. Manshark is pretty good too, honestly. Even though he lost all his games, right? Like he ended up playing pretty good. But let's see what happens here. I wonder if we're going to see anyone open 2-gate. Or if maybe we'll see both people open 2-gate. That would be so Protoss if it's just 2-gate versus 2-gate. That's so Protoss. Stifle decides to pylon scout, and he does scout in the correct direction. So far, neither player opting to go gateway before their pylon finishes, or not before their pylon finishes, before they go up to 10 or 11 supply. So it's not going to be like 9 gate. That's basically what I'm trying to say, guys. It's been a long stream. But okay, gateway going down for both players. No gas yet for either player. Stifle, what are you doing? Okay, for a second I thought he was going to steal the gas. But nah, this is a scout. Wait. Okay. Is he going to try Manor Pylon? That'd be crazy. Wait, is this probe going to die? Okay, so we do, in fact, go for a 2-gate, but it's not really like a 9-9 gate. This is more like a 10-12 or a 10-13. And Stifle responds by putting down a gateway of his own, just kind of in response. All right. As it turns out, it is going to be 2-gate versus 2-gate, but not in the way that I thought it would be. It's like late 2-gate versus late 2-gate. I can't believe this probe is still alive, by the way. It's still making the rounds around Randir's base. Cybercore also coming down for Stifle. I think Stifle might be able to run away with this game, because he also has 2 gates, but he's kind of leading a bit in tech. And if Randir doesn't get a lot of damage with these initial 3 zealots, I think Stifle might just end up winning. Oh my gosh, what is this zealot doing? It needs to keep walking. Did it like break its leg or something? Its shoelace is untied and then it just forgot that it needed to keep walking. Oh, okay. Well, we'll see how good 2 zealots, if the 2 zealots could do any work. But I kind of highly doubt it. By the time the zealot reaches here, Stifle would have already had 3. Finally, the 3rd zealot gets a move on, but I fear at this point it might be a little bit too late. All right, Stifle starts to engage this army. He does a bit of good pullback micro, but ultimately 2 zealots will always lose to 3 zealots, and this one actually barely escapes with his life. So far, this has been extremely good for Stifle. Not only did he like completely blunt the initial 2-gate, but he's also ahead in economy. Behind this, Randir actually going for a 3rd gateway. I think he might try for something like 3-gate goon, which is very strong, by the way. 3-gate goon. It's one of those builds where it's actually a legit good build, but it's also kind of noob friendly because you don't really need to use Reavers. Reavers are quite hard to use. I'll admit that even as a Terran player. Reavers, they take a bit of skill. They need a bit of practice, you know? Okay, so Stifle has 4 zealots and a dragoon out on the map. Theoretically, this should beat these 5 zealots, especially since one of them has like 1 HP, and the 2nd dragoon actually coming here to reinforce. I think Randir might actually be in a lot of trouble. He ends up losing one of his zealots pretty early on, and now he actually gets outnumbered both in terms of zealots and in terms of goons. Well, not really anymore, but 2 goons will never, ever, ever win to 3 zealots and 2 goons. That's just not going to happen. The first goon immediately goes down, and Randir actually calls it immediately. GG. 5-minute long PvP where Stifle really shows us some pretty good zealot micro, I think. Some pretty good zealot micro. All right, gang. This has been a very long cast. We ended up doing 2 groups, casting 8 people in total. So I hope you guys enjoyed it, and I will find someone to raid. Let me just look at who's playing Starcraft right now. Kudos. I'm Jiraiya. Let's read Kudos. I like that guy. He was the winner of the StarCon LAN in Philadelphia this year. So you guys have a lot to learn from him. All right, guys. Thanks again for watching. I'll see you all next time.